Jim, you're all set for what you need for the settlement statement?
Yeah, I think I'm good. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, Steve, are you ready to record?
I am ready. Thank you. I am recording. Thank
You're
you.
all set. Perfect. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Hopkinton School Board meeting for August 6th, 2020. We have a full board with us here this evening with Andrea Folsom, Norm Goupel, Seth Aframe, Rob Nato, and myself, Jim O'Brien. And we're joined by Superintendent Steve Chamberlain and members of the leadership team. And I want to mention and acknowledge Mandy Hibbard, and this is her first school board meeting. So welcome, Mandy. We're pleased to have you with us here tonight. So we are going to start with Pledge of Allegiance. It's just saw the image up there a second ago. There we go. And so if everybody would stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we are meeting tonight all virtually. There's no physical location for our meeting tonight, and we can do this because of the state of emergency declared by the governor and emergency orders relating to that state of emergency. Those orders allow for public bodies such as the Hopkinton School Board to be able to conduct our business in a complete remote environment. Those emergency orders waived certain provisions of RSA 91A, which is the state's open meeting law. So we are going to be meeting remotely. We do have the ability for members of the public to provide public comments. And when we get to our 2 public comment periods of the meeting, I'll explain how that works. And then the only other change is that all votes of the board will be roll call votes. And so I'll name the board member and then we'll repeat their name to make sure they are who they say they are. And then they'll do a roll call vote. Other than that, all the other provisions of how the board conducts its business under 91A will remain the same. We will have minutes available of the meeting, and all the other provisions will be followed. So with that said, Steve, are there any additions or deletions from the agenda this evening?
The agenda is fine as it stands. Thank you.
Perfect. So I am going to read, bear with me one second as I pull it up, I apologize. A brief statement. So the board acknowledges that on the evening of May 7th, 2020, it failed to provide the correct link for remote access to the meeting of the board and did not post Zoom meeting links and access information on its public notices. The board further acknowledges that on the evening of May 21st, 2020, it failed to post Zoom meeting links and access information for remote access to the meeting on its public notices. As a result of those events, it has taken the following remedial measures. The Zoom link and access information are now posted with the physical postings. The Zoom links and access information are circulated via the listserv. The correct Zoom links and access information are posted on the website. And the board has taken action to ratify the actions that it took at the meetings of May 7th, 2020 and May 21st, 2020 at its meetings on June 25th and July 2nd, 2020. The board and the superintendent wish to publicly express their regret for these omissions. Additionally, the board will post on its website information as to how members of the public may request copies of meeting minutes, which will be open for public inspection within 5 business days of each meeting prior to the date upon which they are posted on the website. So thank you all for bearing with us as we read that statement. Steve, any correspondence this evening?
There were a few correspondence in the correspondence folder. Hope you caught them. Well.
Thank you. And then we have a number of minutes to approve this evening. And those are all included in the packet. So is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the meeting minutes of the regular school board meeting held on July 2nd, 2020?
So moved.
I got Rob making the motion
I'll
There you
second.
go.
and Norm seconded. Any discussion on those? Seeing none. Andrea,
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm,
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth,
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob,
Rob Nato, yes.
and Jim O'Brien is yes. So those meetings minutes are approved. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the minutes of the regular school board meeting held on July 16th, 2020?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none. Andrea,
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm,
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth,
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob,
Rob Nato, yes.
and Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the minutes of the July 16th public hearing regarding the withdrawal of funds from the Hopkinton School District Building Repair and Maintenance Fund?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on those minutes? Hearing none. Rob,
Rob Nato, yes.
Seth,
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Norm,
Norm Gupel, yes.
Andrea,
Andrea Folsom, yes.
and Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the minutes of the non-public meeting held on July 16th, 2020?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Norm,
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth,
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob,
Rob Nato, yes.
Andrea,
Andrea Folsom, yes.
and Jim O'Brien is a yes. And finally, is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to approve the minutes of the regular school board meeting held on July 23rd, 2020?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on those? Seeing none. Andrea,
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm,
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth,
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob,
Rob Nato, yes.
and I am going to abstain. I wasn't at that meeting. Thank you all. So before we do the first public comment, we have a lot of information coming forward in this meeting tonight, specifically, and I'm assuming most people, actually, I don't want to assume that. I'm assuming most people are on this because they're very interested in what the board is doing. But I know one of the topics of conversation tonight is the reopening of school plan that our task force and the superintendent have been working very hard on. And so that is going to be presented following public comment. And so I would just ask if members of the public have questions pertaining to the reopening plan and the reopening schedule. And I know that's on a lot of our minds and a lot of your minds. I would just ask any specific questions be held until the second public comment so we can get to it. And a lot of those questions may be answered. And so I feel like if we can get to the presentation and work through that rather than have an open Q&A at the beginning before any information is presented, that might help us and sort of help us move through the conversation. If there's comments on what you think of good back to school program, I don't want to stifle comments, but it's really around questions and getting into specifics of what might be considered in the plan may be better served until after the plan is presented. So with that, anybody who is attending the meeting and wishes to provide public comments, if you just move your cursor or your mouse down to the bottom of your screen, there should be a button or an icon that you could click that says raise your hand. And by doing so, that allows us to see that you wish to provide comments. So if you do so, that'll pop up and we can call on you. And so our first public comment is by Mary. And so Steve, if you don't mind unmuting.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We sure can. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, no problem. So this is Mary Kirstein, Kusturin. And sorry, just 1 second. Can you still hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. So two things. The first thing that I'd like to say is thank you very much for the statement that you made at the beginning of the meeting. I would just like to note that, or maybe I shouldn't note, I should ask what the reason is that you made that statement, first off. And then the second has to do with a concern. So I thought a lot about whether or not to bring this up, since I do realize that the school has no, you can't control what people do on their off time, basically. You can't control what school employees do on their off time. But given that we're talking about school reopening, this meeting, I felt very strongly about bringing this concern forward. So I went to a restaurant establishment here in town last weekend, and there is a Harold Martin school employee who also works at this restaurant establishment. And I observed this employee removing her mask using her bare hand, rubbing her nose with that same hand, putting her mask back on, and then proceeding to serve food without washing her hands first. And I do realize, again, you can't control what school employees do on their off time. And, she was on the clock at another job, but observing this caused me a lot of concern, particularly when we're talking about the potential of doing in-person schooling. Because of course, when it comes to coronavirus, it is not just what people do when they're at their place of employment. It's what they do every other time too. And so in thinking about whatever safety measures, are being thought of and precautions that are being thought of to ensure everybody's safety, at the end of the day, people make mistakes, and those mistakes can cause death. And so I'm not trying to single this person out, but it was one of those things that I observed, and I know that she's a Harold Martin employee, and it just caused me a lot of concern. So
Thank you. Appreciate that. And if you have concerns, it's probably better to direct it to, the superintendent if you have such concerns. And to your first question around the reason we read that statement. So it was brought to our attention, during the meeting, and I think Mary, you were part of that, because I remember you had trouble getting on during that meeting because of the link. And so it was brought to our attention that we may not have been putting the notices for several meetings. And so we've taken corrective action to ensure that doesn't happen again. And then we've also have redone or revoted on the motions and the minutes of those two meetings because of the question of how open the access was, and everybody had the link. So we wanted to correct that. And then, from when I've said it, and I know the superintendent has said it, that we have apologized for those omissions and that oversight. And so there was a settlement agreement in order for us to move forward. And so part of that settlement was for us to read that statement and clarify, the omissions were in place, and that we apologize for those. And it's our obligation, and it's our intent to have those not happen again.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. This next hand I see raised is Dennis Goddard.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Hi, Dennis. Thanks for
All
joining.
right. So thank you very much. I do appreciate the statement that you read, but what I really appreciate is how fastidiously and carefully the school board for the last several weeks has been following the law, has been very careful to follow 91A and not to infringe any more on the rights of the people of Hopkinton. And that's very good. And I see that as a positive step going forward. I think it's very unfortunate that the school board did not take corrective action until legal challenges were brought, basically until there was the very real possibility of being compelled by court to do something. At that point, yes, the Hopkinton School Board started following the law. And I think it's important for folks in town to know this is how, apparently, this is what it takes to get the school board to start following the law. And I'm very pleased that that has happened. I do think it's worth noting that the school board chose to, I don't know how much the school board spent on its legal counsel. I know I spent quite a few $1,000s, thousands of dollars to bring about what is very happily the end of the situation without having to go to court. But I have to ask, and this is an honest question as a taxpayer, given that this was resolved in a matter of 5 minutes by just admitting that there was a problem and correcting it, and that was all that was necessary to have this happen. But yet the school board did choose to spend weeks and weeks, and I don't know how many hours of council time, and I don't know how much money that cost all of us taxpayers. But given that you chose as a board to spend that money, and at the end of the day, did finally make the changes and make the apology, it's hard for me to understand, and maybe you can help me to understand and help others to understand, how is it that you're going to be good stewards of the funds that we, the townspeople, give to you, if this is the way that you're choosing to spend the money? It's hard to square those two sides. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dennis. And all I would say is that I believe the board has followed the law, and to say we're starting to follow along is a bit disingenuous, as the board and the superintendent and the school district follows the statutes and follows the law. And so in this instance, I think there was an omission, which we admitted to, and we just clarified it. And we had clarified it from the day it happened moving forward. So appreciate the comment. Any other hands for public comment? I'm not seeing any hands raised. All right, if there's no more public comment, then I'll close the public comment session, excuse me, and move on to presentations and staff reports. And so our first presentation and staff report is going to be a discussion on the 2020-21 Hopkinton School District Back to School Plan. And before...
Are you avoiding comments from the Hopkinton School Board?
I am avoiding you guys.
Yeah, okay.
No, I apologize. I was all excited and I went too fast. Norm, thank you for slowing me down. So Norm, since you brought us back to the agenda, which I neglected, why don't you start?
Yeah, sure, gladly will. I just wanted to, next week we have our continuation of our district school meeting, and I wanted to say thank you to this board for being out and discussing this with the community, our budget. Thank you to the people who came to the gazebo with Rob and I a couple weeks ago. It was a nice turnout to have a good discussion with this community about the budget. I will be at the transfer station this weekend, 8:15 to 10, to discuss our budget with PPE, of course. Feel free to come by, ask a couple questions. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Real quickly, tonight, it's a big meeting, so I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I just wanted to really say it's been an honor to be on the task force for the district with Steve and his team. It continues to be a fantastic group of people who joined this task force, where we were all honest, we all expressed our feelings, and we really shared some great ideas and thoughts in this process. I asked the community to, let's all be respectful in what Steve presents tonight. And, it's hard as a board where we have to determine what's appropriate for our kids, for our teachers, and for parents, that we all remain calm. We all have our own opinions. But I just wanted to say thank you to Steve, his leadership team, and to have an opportunity to learn from them and to really be part of that process. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Norm. Any other school board member want to provide comments? Oh, come on.
It's a lot of crickets from us tonight.
Yeah.
I think we're looking forward to the presentations. I know that I am.
All right.
Yeah, I'll cede my time to the presentation and questions later.
Perfect. All right. So thank you. And I apologize for skipping over that agenda item. So presentations and staff reports is, as I was starting to say earlier, I'm going to turn it over to Steve to go over the task force, where the task force has been, and recommendations that might flow. And then following that, what I hope, actually, I'm gonna, Steve, would you like to have questions during your presentation or wait to the conclusion of it?
I'm fine either way. If something comes up, I'll try to answer as, per slide or per category. Happy to do that.
Okay, and if not, then we can hold to the end and then have a conversation. I'm sure we'll have a robust conversation and questions following. So Steve, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Oh, my pleasure. So I'd just like to begin by just acknowledging and just really appreciating the work. I've had lots of discussions with members of the board about this. It's certainly a significant topic. It's on everybody's brain. This is a different type of summer for a lot of reasons. But I just really appreciate the board's reflections and questions and thoughts. It's made a big difference for me as I've tried to synthesize information from leadership team and teachers and families. And it's just really been helpful. Appreciation of leadership team. Typically in the summer, we meet in June and we meet in August. And they like to get away from me a little bit in July. But we've met every week. We've had homework in between meetings, and it's been a different summer, but they've engaged in this seriously, thoughtfully, carefully, and worked with their teams in the buildings, and I can't thank the leadership team enough. The steering committee has donated tons of hours to this concept and been honest, as Mr. Gupel said, sharing personal pieces, real concerns, real hopes. And I just thank them, and they were supported by significant members of subcommittees. So, lots of people supported this. And I really appreciate the community members. I've had wonderful conversation with the community members about what they think and what they hope and what they what works. And from people in the medical community to people in the athletics and volunteers, it's just been it's been a lot. But I really appreciate everybody's commitment to trying to figure this out and do what's best for kids. Just to get right to it, some guiding principles, no surprise to the board and the people who have worked with me. We look at this through the caring lens. How do we, with knowledge about family circumstance and staff circumstances and our goals for learning, how do we apply our caring mission to this extensive work? Certainly the safety and well-being has to be a priority. It's a pandemic. It's impacting people very individually and personally, but we have to keep that in mind. And it's something I think Rob said at the last meeting. It's something we picked up from one of our presentations. What we're presenting tonight is something we believe we think we can do. We can deliver. It's very important that we're presenting a plan that we think we can do and follow through and work. And the plan tonight, I believe we in the Hopkinton School District, with a lot of support and help and collaboration and care, can implement for our kids. So those are some of the principles. Just to get right down to it, then also build, so what I'm proposing tonight, what's coming forward tonight, is at Harold Martin School, a half-day program dividing the group into about half class, an AM and a PM session with a remote option for families. And we'll unpack this a little bit more, but fundamentally is what we think is best for kids at the early grades, what we think we have research about how it's safer at the early grades. And we have what we learned in the spring about remote learning at the early grades is that literacy instruction, numeracy instruction, and specials and social emotional every day is what really promotes learning. And we looked at, the teams looked at every other day, but really believe that a morning session, afternoon session with lots of support trying to figure this out, and Bill will get to that. And based on the data and the success of the spring, we think that's what's best at early elementary, is meeting every day and literacy instruction, numeracy instruction every day. 4 through 12 is a little bit different. The data is a little bit different about remote learning, the success in remote learning, as well as how the virus spreads at kids older the age of 10 is a little bit different. So we are proposing a core remote program while teachers will be teaching remotely, but with an opportunity to support students and families in school, targeted for kids that we know that weren't successful in the spring, targeted that may support with working with administration, can support families. We would like to have in-person assessment in our schools 4 through 12, because we know for some areas of assessment and remote learning wasn't as strong as we'd like, and feedback and guide our instruction. and have our schools open for certain special education student services that we felt weren't successful or weren't best practice implemented through remote. So, and I didn't, this wasn't a suspenseful thing. I didn't want to leave crescendo to the end, just get right up as we unpack and get there. It's AM, PM, half-size class, small groups, literacy, numeracy every day, 4 through 12. It's core remote, and it's targeted support for kids and families, some regular in-person assessments, and some, when we can, student services, all based on what we learned in the spring. Everybody okay with a rough sketch? Okay. So how did we get here? And it's an interesting, because and Jim and Andrew know, because we meet and talk often, I've been all over the place from the very beginning about this. So just June 30 was our first meeting of the task force. It's been an interesting summer without a budget, with a building project, and with this looming, right? This is the looming over everything we've done. So as soon as the state regs came out, that weekend I emailed the administration and said, okay, well, let's start with the fundamental, about 6 foot social distancing between kids and buildings. And I know some will say 3 to 6, but in my experience working, 6 has a chance to be 3. If we start with 3, it'll get to 0. So I emailed everybody, and from the very beginning, how many kids can we have under that guideline in our schools? And I think, and I appreciate, a lot of people have sent me plans from school districts all over the country, certainly in New Hampshire. And what I've had to do is apply this information to a very specific Hopkinton facilities, staffing, and what we have. How much space we have, and even 7 minutes down the road, a school may be able to do more because of simply they have the space. So we started there. How many kids can be 6 foot in our classes? And the administration got to about 50%. And so that's where we spent a lot of our time at looking at, try to develop a 50% hybrid type program. And we looked, the high school looked at a 7-period day. Amy's looking at a green-white day, and trying to make this work. And for where there was momentum, there was, oh, can we simulcast, right, for some, and can we move over, and can we make that happen? And then remember, one of our guiding principles is, can we deliver this mode, and can we be dependable on this mode? And then what happened, a couple of things happened. First of all, some increased guidance came from the state epidemiologist regarding to our nurses. And one of the guidance to our nurses that came through was any student or staff member with any symptom has to be isolated and sent home, isolated first or quarantined for a certain number of days. And in our schools, with our nursing suites and with our office space, that is believe it or not, right there is a big barrier that popped up. And we have data on typical, certainly we have lots of data on typical visits to our schools, even with half population and half, again, the number of visits to our schools, to our school nurses, it quickly becomes unmanageable. We don't have multiple spaces to isolate. We don't have the ability, if we are hybrid and all our teachers are in teaching, if a teacher has to quarantine or be isolated, it breaks very quickly. So the first, I won't say panic that I saw in our building administrators, but it was our, how do we do this, Steve? How can we do that in our nurses? The next piece is, as we get closer, and I've all talked about, something happens in August. When we turn to August, the world changes a little bit. Well, since August has turned and we get closer to school, we have, like many districts, received requests for accommodations under a pandemic that are very personal, that are documented through medical documentation, and it's something that we have to come to grips with. But how we staff with the complications of those who are able to work with very specific, very personal pieces came to. If we have 10 to 15 staff members, and how do we adjust and how do we make it work district-wide in the hybrid piece? So we got to a place where we know that early elementary remote learning for literacy and numeracy wasn't as strong as others. We got to a place, if we focused on, and based on the data, and I'll include in the support materials for the community, the study that they did that said there's a difference in shedding for younger kids versus older kids in the virus. So we felt we had a little bit more safety precautions, and we had a little bit more efficacy that in-person, face-to-face works a little bit better. That we put our resources there, and 4 through 12, we support a remote program. We can implement a majority remote program, but have some services and assessment in schools. So it started with, yeah, let's have 100% in with how many feet. It went for a long stretch of this work to let's do a hybrid, to let's do a hybrid at one school and core remote throughout the district because we think we can deliver. So that's how we got to this place. Everybody okay? That was the journey to where we are tonight after tens of hours worth of work, heartfelt conversations, some frustration and pushback for each other, but we got to a place where we think we can look you in the board in the eye in this community, said this is what we can do. Everybody okay? So we are going to have kids in all our schools. We are going to have staff in all our schools. So in order to make that happen, we have to establish some universal accommodations. We have to work together very closely, and we have to get support and create a climate and culture where keeping everybody safe is everybody's responsibility. That's what we hope to that we care about our neighbor, we care about our neighbor's kids, we care about our teachers, we care about each other and keep everybody safe. So we will be part of our universal accommodations as staff and students enter, all our schools is an at-home screening. We will require a screening, a number of questions, and we rely on parents to really make that judgment about can they go either in a supported, supervised environment or can they go at Herald in a more face-to-face and have a screening. That screening information will go to our nurses, they'll monitor and be able to ask questions. We'll be requiring masks for our students in school with mask breaks. We really think that that level of protection for each other and for our staff and for the community in care is important. We will be encouraging, requiring, providing opportunities for hand washing, hand sanitizers for every single room. Wall units have been and will be installed in the next couple of weeks. So that culture, when you walk in and walk out, you hand sanitize. We think that's important. We will be requiring for our schools social distancing. We've also going to be, we've increased our cleaning. We've had training about how to clean in a pandemic. We've increased our sanitizing, and we've also established, we've improved our ventilation with MERV 13 filters, increasing our air coming from the outside and increasing the number of times the air circulates. One of the issues also combined with what was a barrier, believe it or not, and there's some mixed information, but about can fans be used in our schools? The most recent was that I was told that fans can't be used in our schools. For those of you who've been in some of our 5th floors and 4th floors and higher, that's a barrier. Believe it or not, that how we could teach in September without fans. I don't seem to be belittling this or be not stern enough for that, but it's very, very difficult in some of our buildings because we don't have AC throughout. So we'll do as much as we can with ventilation, but not be able to use fans is a barrier for some of our teaching areas in our schools. And so in the support documentation, there's an example of our screening tool. And I try to make Rebecca Gagnon proud of me because I use a QR code that you can come up and scan it. You can fill it out right on your phone and that kind of fun stuff. But we've been doing that for our vendors. Michelle Clark has made sure our vendors fill out, so that screening will continue. So those are the type of universal accommodations we're going to have in all our schools because kids and staff will be in our schools. Everybody okay? Transportation, buses will run. We do understand that we will need transportation for our families. Right now, the guidelines are one person on a seat. And if you see on that little picture that I found, we try to do that. Some are asking to be close to windows with windows open all the time. We think that's safer. We'll work with First Student on that. But it's one person a seat. We're about 24 people on a bus right now, one person a seat. But if you'd like, your brother and sister can squeeze on the same seat. We think that's appropriate. We're working with First Student to have regular disinfecting of our buses and our own bus. And one thing that the administrators we hope tonight is get support for continuing planning with this model. We'll have to work on, and we've talked with our bus company about staggered drop-offs because we want to keep kids not in large groups, in smaller groups. And so we're going to work on what time in the morning kids will be dropped off. But transportation will happen now. And Bill will talk more about this when we get to the district pays for 16 bus runs, 8 in the morning and 8 in the afternoon. We have worked with the bus company to be flexible. We may only need 4 bus runs in the morning. We may need 4 bus runs midday. We may need 6 bus runs in the afternoon, or we might have a flexible bus run when we're doing some assessment and trying to get some people in for that once a month assessment. So we're trying to look at our bus contract holistically as 16 different runs and allocating them based on student need Early indications are that the bus company understands that innovation and can support that innovation. So that doesn't cost more money. It's just a different allocation of the 16 routes. Does that make sense? As you know, I have it difficult to read all your wonderful faces, but we will have bus runs. So just a little bit about ed specs, and this is where I'm going to turn it over to the principals pretty quick. I just do want to reiterate that we spent a lot of time looking at 100% in. You will see that some districts are starting out right now planning at 100% in with dividers and with, so with some supports. We just felt with our space and our ability to isolate and our staffing that 100% in was not possible. We also looked at 100% in with a strong remote option. And we looked at other hybrid options, and we looked at a full remote option. And I'm not here tonight recommending a full remote. We are looking at some data in the full report that I'll make available. There's 3 websites that we follow. I look every time what color Merrimack County is. Is it green? Is it yellow? And looking a little bit about data. The one piece that I want to look at a little bit differently is the school calendar. So the state has given us 3 days to, again, like last year, if you remember when we pivoted, we had some extra professional development time. Our start to the school year is a little funky. August 25th is the first day we have for teachers. Students right now are slated to start August 31st. If we slot the 3 additional PD days and we move a PD day in, we also have an election September 8th, which everybody recommends that bringing in 1,000 or so people into a school in the middle of a pandemic. So the recommendation is to move the start date to September 14th. What that allows us to do is once the board gives the go ahead to plan is to take a look at bus routes and focus on bus routes, make sure we have in place our food service. It allows Bill and me to work with our local agencies, give us a little extra time to develop off-session supports for families. It gives us time for administrators to take a hard look at remote learning is also what criteria we can establish and how can we work with families, if not every day during the week, but a couple of days a week do we support families. We also, the leadership team is really strong and I appreciate that. The first tenet of care is to get to know our students. We'd like to work and create some time for teachers and parents for maybe in person or maybe through Zoom to have some time together during that window of August 25th to September 11th. So the student can meet the teacher. We can talk about remote learning at 4 through 12 expectations, how it's going to work. And that would give us the time to plan and have meetings. There is a state law that requires, as Mandy may speak to, a significant number of meetings for our special education world. Those would happen in that window as well. So we'd have extra professional development. We'd have extra coordination time for off-session support, our buses, work with families, some meeting time, and some connection between parent and student. That's what that extra window would give us. And 14th, we would run. And then for those who know the calendar really well, we would not have that Friday is slated as a parent-teacher, as a PD day, that 18th, we would move that into that mix. So if the board would consider that, I think that would help us be successful in this plan, this rollout. Everybody okay?
Yes.
I think it's, dollar bill. Mr. Carosa, would you take it over, please?
I'd be glad to. You can hear me fine?
You're good.
Very good. Thanks. Well, thank you, school board, for giving us some time tonight to talk about this. One of the difficult things about something like this is trying to pare it down and not give every detail. I know parents may want every detail, but that might take quite some time. So I'm going to try to give a relatively big picture, but give enough detail that parents can understand what we're all about with this plan. It's really 3 key considerations. The first one is obviously safety. We want to ensure the safety of all the kids and all the teachers, all the staff. We have something like 60 staff in the building every day. And of course, we'll have a little bit less, about half the kids at any one time in the building, but it's still a lot of kids. And a lot of our work has been put into making sure we ensure safety. And there's still some work to be done around that. We want to maximize academic opportunities. And as Mr. Chamberlain said, remote learning, as courageous and creative as our teachers were, especially preschool through, say, grade 1, it was really hard. It was hard for parents. It was hard for kids and teachers. I think they did a really good job considering March through June, but it was more of an emergency, let's do the best we can situation than our best practice at that time. And so we want to really focus on reading, writing, language arts in general, numeracy, and also social emotional learning. You know, a piece that our little guys, really all kids missed, was the learning and social emotional learning that we especially find useful at the elementary years and really happens all the way through. But we also want to provide a plan that accommodates family need as best as possible. We know that whether it's a half-day plan or every couple days plan, daycare is really tough. So we hope we can help the majority of families with that. I want to mention briefly the formation of this plan didn't come from me sitting in my office and daydreaming. It really came from the hearts and minds of 17 members of our group, including myself, and also including a person from the community, a mom from the community with a public health background. And these 17 people worked really hard on 8 different subcommittees, from academics to health and safety and so on. It was sort of we called it the Harold Martin School Design Committee of the larger, broader district committee, and every school had a committee like that. So I just want to thank them for their work. Really, the creativity and many of the details comes right out of that group of people. An awful lot of Zoom or Google Meet meetings in that case. So let me get right into the heart of the schedule a little bit. Let's start with preschool. Preschool will look actually fairly similar in this recommendation anyway, as it would normally. So we're talking about preschool kids generally attend just 2 or 3 days a week anyway, and for half a day. And class sizes are really pretty reasonable. So in cooperation with Ken Beckwith and Marissa McGann and the preschool team, we are pretty much looking at a regular schedule if parents are okay with that. Some kids do stay more than 3 days a week if their needs require, and we'll certainly entertain modifications from parents if they want them there less time on a case-by-case basis. Masks is an interesting question. For 3 and 4-year-olds, a lot of the advice is that they really shouldn't be wearing masks or do not have to wear masks. We definitely will require them to wear masks at drop off and pick up when they're maybe in a larger group. I think it's going to be somewhat optional during the day. I can't, an average 3-year-old wearing a mask for a couple hours might be difficult, but we'll revisit that. Teachers will always wear masks, and they'll also, frankly, all through.
Uh-oh.
Kids when they're doing, like phonics presentations, things like that.
Hey, Bill, I don't mean to, I don't mean to interrupt, but we did lose you for a minute there. So I don't know if you want to.
Where did I leave off?
Face masks.
Face masks, yeah.
Oh, good. This is what I was talking about. My ISP went down because of the storm recently. I almost drove into school to do this. I apologize. So anyway, masks will be worn by all teachers, but not required by preschool kids except during drop off and pickup. Does that cover it pretty much where I left off? Okay, great. Thank you, Jim. So really there's 3 different cohorts in a way for this model. One will be AM. We're thinking something like 8:30 to 11. And then 11 to 12 will be a sort of a cleanup period. We'll have extra custodians on hand, I believe, to help clean the building as best as possible in that hour. And then noon to 2:30 will be the second cohort. We'll split families up, I should say, split kids up, but keep families together, siblings together during those times. And the third cohort will be remote. And those families that choose a remote option for us, like they would have 4 through 12, those folks will have the benefit of a Harold Martin teacher. Now, that'll be perhaps a classroom teacher. We may have to adjust classroom assignments, but it's going to be based on how many parents choose the remote option, and we're just not sure what that's going to be yet. So again, 3 options: morning for 2.5 hours, about afternoon about the same, an hour in between. Kids will be served lunch if they want it. There'll be some breaks, some mask breaks. A good chance we'll have to change classroom assignments as well. Some kids may have a longer day, depending on their own academic or behavioral needs. We're working on that as well. Transportation, Steve mentioned this quite a bit. We can only have a limited amount of students on the bus, but we'll have midday transportation, hopefully for many kids, especially if parents can't drop them off. We will ask if parents can, as much as possible, drop off. We're going to have a new safe drop-off pickup system. It's made more difficult by the fact that we've got a 4 classroom addition construction about to happen at Harold Martin, which will pretty much close off the main office, the main area of the building. So I found that out Monday. We're working on it. It's just one more interesting thing we're going to have to work on for sure. Next slide, Steve has up there. during school supervision, we know that any option is going to be tough for parents. And so I'm working with a couple of after-school program facilities, organizations, to provide as much support as possible from 8, during each session. So if your son or daughter goes to the morning session, provide them support in the afternoon, and vice versa. If they have an afternoon session, provide support in the morning. We're going to probably close the multi-purpose room for that purpose. Phys ed specials will more than likely happen in classrooms. I hate doing that. A lot of compromises with this plan, but it's about the best we can do. Since I'm on that subject, a lot of instruction from PE will be outside as much as possible, and if not, in classroom as well. But that MPR, multi-purpose room space, will be dedicated to that. I'm pretty confident at this point that we can provide some daycare for kids, for some families during that time. Rationale for half day, consistency. As our team thought about this, the idea of having a child, say, on Monday and not seeing him till Wednesday or Thursday, even if it was a whole day on those days, we didn't feel like that met primary child's needs. It might need meet a child's need at 15 years old, but at 5 or 6, not so much. So seeing every kid for early literacy, for numeracy, and of course, social emotional learning, we think we can make a greater impact on that for sure. And then we hope to provide, again, support for those families that simply cannot have their kids home during the course of the day. Again, that's going to be tricky to see how many and if we can provide it, but we're going to do the best we can. One great advantage of this too is if we see kids every day, we're not expecting parents to do remote learning the rest of the time. So if this plan works out, it eliminates really the need for what we did from March to June last year. We don't expect parents to open up Chromebooks with kids and do remote learning. There'll be extension activities, probably on paper, or workbooks or something like that. They'll be using technology during the day, but we don't have any expectation that remote learning will happen at home. And that should take off some of the stress on parents and kids. In our survey of parents also, about 65% stated that kids could only wear a mask, at least at home at this moment in time, for about 2 hours a day. That's all they're going to be required to wear them. And we'll have breaks within that time for masks as well. So speaking of masks, I'm trying to move forward with this without taking too much time. Masks need to be worn by all kids K to 3, really during the whole day, except some breaks outside. Certainly, teachers also will wear masks, and they'll have the opportunity to wear shields as well. We'll teach kids how to use masks well, so that they know how to put them on, they know how to use them, not to touch their face. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we'll do the best we can, and we know parents are helping with that as well. We'll have extras for kids who forget them, although we hope you don't, and they'll have to keep them in some sort of baggie. A lot of these details I'll write up and pass out to families. High touch areas will be cleaned every day. We'll have extra custodians, and again, we'll use that middle hour, 11 to 12-ish, to have that happen. Steve talked about online screening. That's going to be very important. I won't go into details on that. Classroom materials, anything that can't be washed, we're probably not going to use, like stuffed animals, things like that. And also, this year, we're not going to ask parents to purchase school supplies. I think that's one more thing to take off your plate. I mean, you can if you want. I know that's an annual rite of passage sometimes, but there's no absolute need to buy school supplies. We'll do that for you. Physical distancing, again, Steve said 6 feet, so that is no less than 3 feet. Teachers will label spaces in the rooms. They'll have little spots for kids. We'll also have a plastic shield. This is hard to talk about at times because it's so different than normal school, but we'll have plastic shields for each kid to use as workstations. Lunch will probably be eaten within classrooms. We're going to try to limit movement throughout the building, so they won't go down to the multi-purpose room for a special. They won't go to the music room or the art room. That'll be taken to them, which of course it has been the last couple of years because of space anyway. Recess will happen, but it'll probably be short because we're only there 2.5, 3 hours a day anyway, but there will be breaks outside as much as possible. We also hope to have some outdoor ed opportunities, tents and that sort of thing. Assemblies probably won't happen, which I'll miss a lot. Hallways, talking about one-way hallways. I know that sounds bizarre, but as much as possible so kids aren't passing each other too much. And visitors obviously visiting will be limited for sure. We'll have more details on that for parents, perhaps picking up kids in the vestibule. Things like volunteers, guest speakers, not likely to happen, at least this year. Hope it's the only year. I have much more in academics, but I won't go into too much except to say that we hope to assess kids even before they start, if we can do that in that time that Mr. Chamberlain talked about. Kindergarten families, we've got to screen your kids. We'll be doing that and then quickly but carefully coming up with classroom assignments for you. But kindergarten parents will certainly have that opportunity to bring kids in, just so we're able to make classrooms that make sense. And I'm going to skip everything else because everything else will be talked about in some capacity. Back to you, Mr. Chamberlain. I hope that was helpful.
Everybody okay? Any quick questions for Bill before we send it to Amy?
Steve, I've got I mean, I don't know, I don't want to disrupt the train here, but I've got 2 or 3 questions for Bill, and I don't know if this is the best time or if you guys want to wait till the end or what you want to do.
Jim, what do you think? I think I'm okay with hitting it with Bill right now.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. So Bill, we'll start at the beginning, getting people to and from in terms of transportation. That picture with kids are sitting in certain segments. How do we ensure that spacing? Will there be somebody else on the bus so that the bus driver doesn't have to worry about that? What's the thoughts on that?
Well, some of this is in Steve's department, but I would say, Steve, we're talking about siblings able to sit together. We're talking about every other seat diagonally, something like that, right? And no, I don't think the plan is to have a monitor on the bus. I'm not sure we have the staffing for that. I know bus drivers, will be trained in some capacity on how to deal with that. They'll be wearing masks. I don't think they'll move the bus until kids have masks on. Steve, do you have anything else to add on that? I think we're still working on that piece.
I think the data may drive it. We're not sure about the capacity and how many people are going to avail themselves of the survey. I think you saw that there was a lot of traction about people driving their own, not participating in the buses. So we'll look at that. And I think if the bus is pretty full, Rob, I think we might have to look at another person on there because it gets so tight. And depending on how we start school or stagger school, we may be able to put some people on the bus.
I'm just thinking about, normal children's behavior, period. Kind of move around. My buddy's over there. Bus drivers watching the road, not looking up in the mirror. That would be a concern.
Fair enough.
Bill, you talked about the option for remote at Harold Martin School, and we don't know how many families might avail themselves of that. So is there a point, or did you think about a point where if so many families want that option that it becomes hard to execute the plan as you've laid it out?
I do. I think it's going to be probably a multi-age, multi-grade job by somebody. Certainly if there's a teacher who...
My question is this, Bill, if you get more parents wanting to do remote learning than in-school learning, do we have the staff to do both, or do we get to a point where that's not possible to do both?
I think we do. If enough parents want to do remote, then that would just really change the configuration of the classrooms, so that you might have 2 first grades or 3 first grades instead of 4. Already I'm picturing that happening just with small amounts of remote learning. I'm in my mind, I'm thinking 15 to 20%, but if it's more than that, I think we'll just kind of roll with it and try to keep everybody's responsibility for a full day, no more than say 20, whether it's a remote teacher or a in-person teacher.
Okay, and then my last question is just, I'm putting my teacher hat on, and I never taught that age group, but I'm just thinking about, a typical teaching day can be pretty exhausting. So you've got a group in the morning, you get a break. I'm assuming that hour break in between would be a break for teachers to do other things and not have to worry about cleaning their own classroom and that kind of stuff. And then another one in the afternoon, added with the stress of thinking about COVID and kids wearing masks and keeping people safe and doing your job and all of that stuff. Have people talked about, the staff's ability to maintain that over time?
Yeah, I was almost more concerned than the committee was at different points with that. To answer your first question, yeah, the hour in between, the hour in the middle would certainly be well, it would be the 25-minute lunch, if we're talking the CBA, as well as planning time. And then I still have to figure out the exact minutes, but obviously we'll have specials, which will fill that in as well. But yeah, it's a good idea. An afternoon break would be helpful. I'm hoping, the other thing too, is we want to keep any IAs as consistent as possible within the same classrooms and not have them move around like they tend to do now. So I think the hope would be that the IA and the teacher would be able to work off each other in terms of breaks. I mean, that was what we talked about. But yeah, I actually attended a quick workshop yesterday on adult SEL. And one thing I mentioned today to a group that went through my building is we have to be really careful to make sure we look at the social emotional state of our adults, because they're the leaders, and if they've got to be, feeling good about what they're doing too. I have a wife who works in a school. I have a daughter who's a teacher. They're both pretty worried about the fall. So I'm living this in all my jobs, in all my life. So I'm concerned about that, and I can tell you that it's going to be a daily consideration for sure.
And I lied, I have one more question. So do you sort of envision a dry run time period where you sort of go through the mechanics of all of this without kids? The buses run, teachers sort of work through their materials, how kids would move, and see how that would work?
Absolutely. And I think if the board agrees with it, if we do the little extended start or the slow start, if you want to call it, I think that's exactly what we would do with some of that time, as well as professional development, although you can consider this professional development as well. That's a great idea, Rob.
Thanks, Bill.
Sure.
Any other questions for Bill?
I have a question about, it's kind of related to the bus and drop-off situation, because in pre-COVID times, you could drop off your kids between 7:30 and 7:55, and they would all go on the playground and all be together. So what now?
Yeah. That's a detail I can't say I've got 100%, but we've thought about it. And when I found out Monday that our whole entrance will be, that you and I talked about earlier today, is going to be closed, that takes away, it also takes away a little bit of the playground too. So we're certainly going to use the other side of the building, I think, which we really have never used. We'll use whatever space we have in the playground. We'll probably use we generally have closed the bottom side of the playground to some things because the playground really is too big to monitor. So there's going to have to be a holding space for kids at some point. My hope, which happened in a school I once was principal of, is all the kids come at similar times and they can all go into the building at the same time. In this case, it'll be staggered. So Steve and I have to talk about that. If we can get, if we're getting, I don't know, 3 buses at 8 and 3 buses at 8:15, hopefully they can go right to their classroom, so I don't have to worry about that. But clearly that's high on my list of logistics to figure out.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about parents driving to work if they work outside of the home right now, and then I just didn't know if you had any more specifics at all about like what the remote plan would be for these kids. Is it going to mirror what is happening in school? Is it going to look more like spring, or is it something different? I don't know if
I think I think it'd be better organized in the sense that I think that's all that teacher will be doing, and we'll have at least a little bit of time to prepare for that. The tough part about that is if it's multi-age, that teacher or teachers will need to be communicating with the grade levels to make sure that the curriculum matches. I would say in most cases it's going to, curriculum-wise, standard-wise, going to look much like what they would do if they were in school. Obviously, the mode will be very different. I mean, our goal is always to keep grade levels at a fairly even place as far as pacing, as far as standards. So my hope is that it's pretty similar. I think we can move it up a notch. Depending on numbers, it would be a bad thing if the numbers weren't 20, but they were 12 or 13 per teacher, because I think it would give more opportunities for more synchronous education, meaning, live, small groups, one-on-one. That would be my goal. But to say we have it all figured out, I can't say that yet.
No, that's okay. This is just night one. We're going to have a lot more of these.
Right.
I had one other question. When you were talking about hopefully being able to provide some additional childcare, is that something that the school is going to be able to cover cost-wise? Is it something that we're going to need to have parents or caregivers cover? Some variation thereof.
I think my understanding is it would still be at cost for the parent. I don't believe we would, but I talked to Steve about that. We actually haven't talked cost. I think it's going to be very reasonable, knowing the people I'm talking to about that.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you okay? We'll turn it over to Amy, Miss Doyle.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you to the board for giving us an opportunity to talk about our individual schools and our plan for coming back for the 2020-2021 school year. As Steve already stated, the core instruction at Maple Street will be remote, with opportunities for those students whose needs can't be met in a remote setting for them to be in person as much as possible. So we would be following a schedule that was similar to what we had in the spring. So 4 days of remote instruction, and then that 1 day of enrichment or intervention, similar again to the schedule we had in the spring. Our key considerations as the team that I was a part of, as Steve and Bill noted, there was a district team, and then there was also a Maple Street team. And I was joined with about 12 professionals from my building as we looked at all the different options. And when you think about remote instruction, our focus really will be to learn from the spring and some of the things that we tried and that were successful and maybe others that weren't. We gathered some feedback from teachers and staff as well as students and families, and we'll be really digging in on that as we look at how we can make our remote instruction as robust as possible. That the team that I was working with, we've got some really great ideas about how we might be able to collaborate across grade levels and content areas to be able to provide the most efficient and effective instruction for that enables both teachers and staff to truly know students and where they are. As Steve mentioned, you know, the assessment piece and remote instruction it was a challenge at times. So we have talked extensively about the importance of providing in-person assessment opportunities to monitor student progress. A typical student might just come in those 3 times that we usually do, the Ames, Webb, and Star and the Fountas and Pinnell, but some students might come in much more frequently so that we can ensure that they're on track. And also making sure that whatever plan we put forward has some clear expectations for synchronous as well as asynchronous teaching and learning opportunities. So the Maple Street program is very similar to what we had done in the spring. You know, we're always going to be assessing the effectiveness of what we're doing and looking for feedback from students and families. Because we will have folks in the building, some of the cleaning protocols and that Bill had already touched upon and that Steve touched upon in the universal accommodations, those people that are in the building will be expected to wear masks. Our cleaning protocols will be ramped up. We, as has already been mentioned, we'll be looking at providing our after school supervision opportunities. We have had a long time relationship at Maple Street with the Boys and Girls Club. And so they're ready to be on board to provide either, you know, whatever care that families continue to need. I also just want to point out that a lot of the work that we've done over the summer with either, you know, the colleagues in this district and across the state is really looking at our social and emotional learning for students, really carefully looking at how we can ramp up those supports and provide opportunities for students for authentic connection, even in a remote setting. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Amy, could you just, this is Rob, can you just talk a little bit more about the in-person assessment and, you know, what would be the mechanics of determining students that would need that versus not need that? And how would that be managed?
Yeah, I think what we would like to start off with, Rob, is setting up almost like a computer lab or an assessment where families and students would sign up for slots to come into the building, and they would be provided a Chromebook that would, when I envision it in my head, it's in the cafeteria or in the conference room or in a classroom. We would want to make sure that wherever we are, that the connectivity is optimal and they wouldn't lose, you know, their connection as their assessment is happening. So we would look to assess small groups of students. And hopefully in the fall, we can get a baseline on all students. And so some of those days that Steve had talked about front loading in the beginning of the school year, we would be inviting families and students to come in to take some of those initial assessments to ensure that our instruction is responsive to what they might need. And then during the school year, we typically assess kids in the fall, the winter, and the spring. Some students, we use a benchmark called the Fountas and Pinnell, and some students only have that once a year or twice a year, depending on whatever their progress ends up being. So some students might only need to come in for those Ames Web and STAR assessments. But some students, we know that if they are receiving intervention, we might need a closer read on their progress. So they might be invited in on a weekly basis. You know, really, it just depends on what we need to be able to target our instruction. But we would be looking at identifying areas in the building that could be easily accessed. The cafeteria, as you might know, there's an exterior door, so parents could, pull up, drop off, pick up, no problems there. We could also have students ride the bus and facilitate a drop off and pick up as needed. So we'd really be looking at setting up almost like a lab situation with slots that parents would and families would sign up for their student to participate in those assessments.
Do you foresee part of that being also in-person instruction, or just simply, the assessment and the benchmarking and whatnot?
I think there are some students, and I know that there's a subcommittee that has met, and that Mandy will probably talk about that in her presentation, that we know that there are kids that their services are best in person. And so we will try to maximize that as much as we can. We've started to talk about locations of where that could happen in the building, ensuring that we have the appropriate PPE and barriers, and to enable everybody to be safe in those in-person situations. But we do know that there are some students that their services will be better in person.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you, Rob.
Amy, quick question. Was there a possibility to follow the same format as Harold Martin with Maple? Would it have been difficult with transportation and scheduling that to have the same type of methodology that we had there?
I think that, we talked a lot about a hybrid. We talked about a green white day, having some kids come Monday, Tuesday, some kids come Thursday, Friday. We briefly talked about a split day for the upper elementary learner. We really felt like either having full days with kids would be best. Splitting the day is problematic, as Bill talked about. There's a lot happening. And to enable our custodial team to be able to thoroughly clean Harold Martin, I think they'll have extra hands on board. We really felt that either a full day in person or remote instruction is the direction that we wanted to go. So we did not, I think, go down the road as thoroughly as Bill and his team did for a split day model.
Can you talk about, based on your review of last spring, what were the sort of top lines of improving the remote learning experience for this age group?
Yes, we know that in-person lesson, whether that is through a program we have now called Screencastify, more one-on-one time, FaceTime with teachers or a faculty person and adult. When we started, I had never been on a Google Meet. I'll be honest, I had used Zoom a little bit and done some stuff when I was doing my graduate work that was online. But we know now that whether that's synchronous teaching and learning, so face-to-face, kids are together at a particular time, and really setting up a schedule that is clear about that we're all going to come together for morning meeting at this time. Then you will have some time for application and practice, and that could be on your own, and you have this amount of time for that, really trying to tighten up our schedule. But really, I think the in-person instruction with a teacher, live instruction, was really where we know that we need to provide more of that on a consistent basis. I would also say that, the social emotional learning piece, it is really a hallmark of mine. I'm very passionate about building relationships with kids and the importance of, they know that we care about them, and they can give particular reasons why and point out reasons that they know that we're there for them. I can see that as a challenge in a remote setting. And so I think really being purposeful in our instruction about social and emotional learning as we go back, we know that there were kids that are missing their friends, and certainly our staff miss the students. And so being able to incorporate that in our remote instruction model as well.
Thank you.
Are you okay? Move on to Chris and Rebecca.
Thank you, Steve. So I thought we had a very collaborative group of people working at the middle high school. My group was a little smaller. We had representation from the middle school with John Miner and Bob Woolner. And at the high school level, we had Scott Zipke and Michelle Cotnoir. And we also had Bridget Gaddy to represent the Unified Arts as we continue to take a look at and discuss what the opening of school may look like for ourselves. And Rebecca was part of this group as well. And I say it was very collaborative because when you're dealing with the co-chairs of the HEA or co-presidents of the HEA, it was really good to just have their perspective when we had these discussions. So again, I just really appreciate the collaborativeness that happened during these meetings. And, you know, and I think one of the goals I was trying to work through, you heard Steve talk about the 7-period day. You know, we were really trying to talk about how do we, increase or maximize our instructional time. The spring schedule really cut into the amount of instructional time, as we know. And trying to think about a 7-period day, we were really trying to think about how can we double the amount of instructional time. But when we got further into that discussion and we started thinking about the number of staff that may not be able to return, as you heard Steve talk about at the beginning of this presentation, we weren't sure how we would cover all of those classes. Steve alluded to that. So we had to move away from that schedule and rethink that as well. And we also had, I forgot to mention, we also had Ann Calder. So we also had representation of Hess on this committee as well. When we started to think about opening remotely, we came back to taking a look at what we did in the spring and implementing that schedule again to open up the school year, where we would have a day 1, day 2 schedule. We would have our 8 blocks of instructional time. Monday and Thursdays would be our day 1. Tuesday, Friday would be our day 2. Similar to Maple having Wednesday, that would be a day where we would have our morning set aside for our teachers to have office hours, similar to what we did in the spring. I talked to Steve a little bit more about what the afternoon would look like for them. I think if we can offer them some more planning time to correct their assignments that they've collected, give meaningful and timely feedback to our students is going to be important as we do this. And this would also be a time on Wednesdays in the afternoon where we could allow clubs to meet as well, but not just on Wednesday afternoons. I think clubs could meet still after school remotely. I think depending on the size of the club, we would look at allowing some in-person clubs to meet, obviously following our safety protocols, social distancing, wearing masks. The reason why I like the Wednesday, that also gives an opportunity to do a deep clean of the building on that day in between our students attending their classes online or having teachers in the building. And this would also allow for us to still continue with asynchronous learning. We would, if you remember, we had a lot of discussion around the 3rd and 4th quarter. I think we would start in the semester model. We wouldn't have our 1st and 2nd quarter. We would do a semester for the first half of the year. And as we got further into the school year, I think if you remember last year, we were doing it like on a 2-week time frame or intervals. We would take we would assess where we were, how we were doing. We would still do that 2-week checkup, if you will, to see how things were working. And as part of this schedule, our middle school unified arts would be on a rotational schedule like we've done before. So we can't do unified arts on a semester basis because of the number of unified arts in middle school that the students participate in. So that would be on a more rotational basis, similar to what we would do in a quarter system. Guidance is going to continue to play an important role as they work with our students. We had an admin guidance meeting yesterday. We had a lot of talk about how do we connect with our students as we start the school year. I'm sure our seniors are anxious, as all of our students are, but seniors, this is a big year as they finalize and begin their college application process. So one of the things the guidance department is going to implement, which I'm excited about, so we can increase or be more efficient with setting up meetings with our school counselors and our students. They're going to be utilizing an app called Appointlet. I don't know if people have heard of this before. And there's an app that students would be able to download on their cell phone, on their smartphone. And our school counselors will be able to block out office hours. And so like if there's a student home at night and they're struggling with something, or they want to make a schedule change, they don't have to wait to come in the next morning. They can go on their app and see what office hours are available to see their school counselor and sign up from home or sign up during the school day without having to go into the school counseling office or make a phone call or send an email. Since we're going to, if we open up remotely, I think this will help connect our students with our school counselors a little, easier. I hope, it's important that they have that connection. So I'm looking forward to that and seeing how well that works. It is something I believe Bow High School use right now, and their guidance department is very happy with how that worked for remote learning for them. As you've heard Amy talk about the assessment, there's been some question about the in-person assessment. We have some things in the high school that the middle school doesn't, or the elementary schools don't, and that's the SAT, PSAT. So we've been talking a lot about how do we support those students. So on September 23rd, the SATs are coming up. That's a Wednesday. So that helps us if we follow Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday schedule with a Wednesday as a day for teacher planning, because we can have the building emptied, but allow students who want to take the SAT to come into our building and participate in person following our social distancing guidelines. Noah Thompson and I walked the building to measure out the classrooms. We can fit about 12 kids at a 6-foot distance in each of our classrooms. There's a few classrooms that are a little lower, maybe 10. But if we don't have students in the building on September the 23rd, I think we'll be able to, with careful planning and working with Danielle Meserve and the rest of the guidance team, to administer the SAT in person. And then we will look to do the same for the PSAT on October the 14th, which is also a Wednesday. So we have some larger assessments that would be for large groups, but we would have to work to make sure that we follow our safety protocols and allowing the students into the building. When it comes to more in-person assessments, as you know, there's a lot of testing that goes on with our special education students or students in IEPs. So we would look to schedule those kind of tests on those Wednesdays when there's less people in the building, and we can do that safely and we can spread out, because some of this testing only works if they're in person. If you remember from the spring, I think Becky Forstall, when she was still with us, spoke about how difficult it is to do that testing remotely. So this would allow us to do some of that testing in person. And at the end of the last year, we did a survey with our staff. We surveyed our staff and we asked them to give us some feedback on 3 different categories about this, about the students that they were working with. One area was the academic achievement, one was social emotional, and one was their readiness to return to school. So Rebecca and I have been taking a deep dive into the data that we've collected, trying to identify some students that we may want to be reaching out to sooner than later as we get ready to start school. I talked to Rebecca this morning about having an SST meeting prior to the start of school so we can get ready to receive those students in a remote setting and maybe talk about reaching out to them before the start of school. Because as you know, building those connections, you heard Amy talk about that. Beth Stern has already reached out to the 7th grade and she's trying to set up 10-minute Google Meets with them so we can begin that connection with them. So I'm excited to see how that goes and how well those go. So I think she had her first one today, and she has several more this week. So that's where we are right now with our scheduling and what we're thinking for the opening of school.
Questions for Chris?
I had a couple questions, and I guess one of them is, I guess, would be for Chris and Amy. Are teachers teaching, even if they're teaching remotely, or to students who are remote, are they teaching from school or are they teaching from home? Does that make sense?
Yep, it does. We talked about that today. I think if some teachers have resources at school that they need to access, they can come into school and do the remote teaching from their classroom. But I think we will certainly have some teachers who will do all of their teaching from home.
And I would agree. The buildings aren't closed. There will be kids in them. There'll be teachers in them. If they want to access their classroom or teach from their classroom, that'll be supported.
Great. And then I guess my one other question for you, Chris, would be just around the, we've heard a lot about just how much screen time kids have had, and just, I don't know if you have any ideas on how to address that, because this is a lot of, I know as adults, we were experiencing Zoom fatigue and missing our friends and family if we're not seeing them. And I know how important that is for high school students. And it sounds like you guys are already sort of touching on that with the Pointlet app and starting to touch base. But I just didn't know if there was any more thought or plan as far as how to address kind of the mental health and well-being of our older students who we think they'll be fine, but might not be so fine.
No, I think that's a great question. And that's why I mentioned that before school starts, trying to pull together our student services team, which is our guidance team that would include Amy Cook and both Rebecca and myself, Holly Sharon, Cora Muir, to take a look at this data that I mentioned around the academic achievement, but more so for the social emotional piece. We identified, I think it was approximately 60 students between middle and high school that fell into two or all three of those categories of high risk, if you will. So I want to pull that team together so we can start talking about those students. What are some of the things that we need to do to help welcome them back into the learning environment, whether it's remote or doing something in person? And just start getting our heads wrapped around how do we support them on that social emotional front.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Chris, I got two quick questions for you.
Okay, Rob.
So the first one was, you said moving to semesters instead of quarters. Is that for grades or is that just for scheduling of the middle school guys for the classes that they're taking?
Well, so we wouldn't have a first and second quarter. So the grading would be from the start of school to the middle of January, or maybe towards the end of January, depending on when the school board decides that we're going to have our first day with students. So when we talked about that in the spring, when you say grades, you're talking about changing the way we approach grading?
Well, I guess I'm just curious about, the piece of, in terms of getting reinforcement, grades close out, how you're doing in a course. Seems like stretching it out till you don't see that for a semester would be perhaps problematic. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I think what we would look to do in that semester model is halfway through, instead of developing a quarter one report card, we would develop a progress report to push out to the parents and to the students so as a check-in. But because they're only going to meet twice a week, they're not going to have as much instructional time or time to assess the students. So doing a quarter, you and I have been on the reporting committee before, and we talked about the amount of time in that first quarter to try and get some of the enough summative assessments in and enough formatives completed. Well, we're no longer in that normal time. And Rebecca and I in this committee will also talk about the length of those blocks. Do we keep them as an hour long, or we do something more 90-minute if we have to kind of follow something a little bit more with a bus schedule? It all depends on what the school board is willing to support. So I think by going the semester system, it allows us a little bit more time to kind of get into the curriculum, because we're not going to be able to get as far by October 1st this time around, especially starting later as we would if we were in normal times. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. Thanks. The second thing, and this is, I think, related to Seth's question earlier about what we learned from the spring and perhaps changes to how remote learning will take place around, student accountability and perhaps more consistency, course to course, teacher to teacher, and how things are delivered. Is there any thoughts on that?
Yes. So it's interesting. I had a great opportunity to coach a Hopkinton student all summer in softball. So I have asked many questions of that student about how things have gone. And based off of the survey and the feedback that we've gotten back from students and from parents towards the end of the school year, some of the things that Rebecca and I talked about today based off of that feedback was we're going to have to really make sure that the student, I think our teachers really relied a lot on technology and utilizing videos to help supplement their instruction. And I really think we need to move towards being a little bit more direct and saying that we need our staff to make sure that they're online for at least 50% of that period, giving instruction, because the kids want to see them. And that wasn't always the case, where the teacher would be online in that Google Meet for half the class, giving some instruction and answering questions, and then for the remainder of the class, still online to answer those questions. Because it as we've learned and we've talked about here, that social emotional connection is important at all levels. But as young adults in high school, and Rob, I think you know this, they really start to build and rely on those relationships more to get through day 1 to day 2 to day 3. So that's going to be one of the things I think that I'm going to be more definitive on and directing our staff on in this online or remote learning environment. So that's one thing I think I took away from that. And that will, my hope is help with the social emotional piece as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can I jump in with one part? I think part of what we learned as well is to kind of build on what Chris is saying, we've got to develop some protocols for students to follow, for teachers to follow, for families to understand things like this is your school day, right? So by 8 o'clock, you've got to be out of bed. You can't do school in bed. You've got to dress appropriately. So we can kind of make some definitions and put some guidelines together to support that, so that it has still the feel of school. I think we last spring spent a lot of time just helping people become accustomed to it. But now this is it. So if this is school, we've got to act like school from the time that it begins at 8 o'clock until the time that it ends. And I think we'll work hard to kind of develop some of that for everybody so that we have those common understandings to build from.
Great idea. Thank you.
Everybody okay? Up to Mandy in Student Services.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for hearing us out today, and I look forward to your feedback. So as we plan more things, we can keep that in mind. So like everybody else said, really our main concern in student services is just safety, making sure that our kiddos are safe, staff is safe, and everybody stays healthy. I, like everybody else, have met with a subcommittee of student services people, so related service providers and special educators in each of the buildings. And I plan to meet with each individual special services team from each building individually next week. So I'll do a Harold Martin meeting, a Maple Street meeting, and a middle high school meeting as well, just to get their feedback, especially after now that we've dived a little deeper into this. What are their thoughts? Because let's face it, I've never been in the building. I haven't seen the special education model happen. So I need their feedback if I'm going to suggest anything. So as we start planning, the things we want to keep in mind is always our job to provide FAPE. We don't really know what public education is going to look like for sure right now. But no matter what, at the end of the day, it's our job to make sure that FAPE happens for our kiddos. So we want to keep those in mind. As we start planning some of that, we need to know what the numbers are. Who's going to be remote, who's coming, who's not. And not only numbers of students, but number of staff. There's going to be some staff who aren't comfortable coming into the building, and what does that look like? And how do all of those numbers all together change how we deliver services? It's not whether or not we're going to deliver services. Services will be delivered. They just may look a little different because they need to, and that's okay. We just make adjustments as we go. All of our students, every one of their plans are individualized to their needs. That'll continue. Their needs may look different if they're remote, or if they're coming for a half day, or if they're coming for the remote instruction with supervision, whatever that may look like. Their needs will still be met, and we'll just work to meet those however we need to. For assessments, we've talked, there's a few kiddos that need their IEP evaluations, whether they're initial evaluations or their 3-year evaluations, and those will happen. We want them to happen in person. We don't want any questions of validity to any of these things. So we'll just make sure that all the PPE is in place, and all of those things, to make sure, again, we maintain safety as we get the information that we need to make sure that we can continue to provide the students with what they need. And at the same time, we want to make sure there's equitability for staff too. So, you know, if we have kiddos, we might have some kiddos that need to be at school all day, and that's okay. But how do we make sure we balance that between general ed and special ed, and just making sure that we keep that in mind? And those are all questions that we'll keep in mind as we develop plans for kids moving forward. And those plans will start next week. The subcommittee plans to meet next week as a team. And like I said, I have those meetings with each building team. So we'll start planning for all those things next week to make sure that our kids get what we need.
Questions for Mandy?
Andy, can you just for folks who don't know, can you explain what FAPE is?
Yeah, so FAPE stands for Free and Appropriate Public Education. And it's a right for every kiddo with a disability to make sure that they're getting what they need in school. And that's like a really general way to explain it, but that's really what it means. And that's our job. That's our legal responsibility. That's a student's right to make sure that they have what they need while they're learning, and they have access to curriculum.
Perfect, thanks. And you're working at all three schools, correct? So this might look different, you know, at Harold Martin versus Maple Street versus the middle high school.
Which is why, unfortunately, I mean, I loved how detailed everybody else was, but it's really hard to do that when I'm not 100% sure what each building looks like. So I wanted to just give a general overview of where we were and what our next steps, what we're planning our next steps to be, to make sure that we're ready to go when the kiddos are back.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Everybody okay? See, Mr. Stone magically appeared. I appreciate a little bit about where you are, technology, and where we will be.
Sure, and I'm certainly happy to go after my colleagues, because so much of our work will be really supporting the school plans as they develop over the next couple of weeks. You know, you certainly heard Amy talking about in-person assessment, so making sure that we can do all of that. There are a couple of things, obviously, that we'll be working towards. You know, our goal will be to make sure that all staff and all students have the devices, the tools that they need to be successful, either in the in-person setting at Harold Martin School or in the remote learning, depending on their needs. So obviously, we will be handing out devices again to those families who turn them in, who still need them. As you know, obviously, the board has supported a large technology purchase to support a one-to-one program. The challenge of that is, you know, because global supply chains have been disrupted by COVID, and frankly, every school in America is doing something similar if they possibly can, I have no guarantee of when those devices will come. I'm hoping that the first batch will be here in time for the start of school. The much larger purchase that was supported a few weeks ago, unfortunately, we're going to have to wait and see. The vendor as yet has no idea of when that'll arrive. So supporting, you know, if we ever do get back into the classroom, that will be an absolutely wonderful thing. We'll be able to minimize risks of having had shared technology. Certainly looking forward to that. For now, making sure that families have the device and the internet connectivity to the extent that we can help with that is certainly going to be our goal, and that staff have access to the online tools that they need in order to be successful in remote learning. So that's really the core of it. I'm happy to take any questions, but it's a little bit still under design at this point, but certainly supporting the needs of the schools.
Matt, I have a question. Thanks for that. So I've been asked a couple times from parents who are willing to purchase a device for their students so that that the school device could be then given to somebody else so they don't need it. And really the question is, do we have specs that we could put forward or advertise so that as the parent goes and shops for a Chromebook that, they're buying one that's meets the standard that the district will be using?
Sure, we can certainly put together some info for parents and make sure that's well on our website. I will say Chromebooks by and large are software compatible for the most part. Although I did have a parent mention that their child was very eager to make sure it runs Minecraft, and there are some requirements for that. But as far as the work that we do as part of the school, pretty much anyone will do the trick. Getting one that is comfortable size-wise, keyboard-wise, all that kind of stuff is probably the most important feature to look for.
Matt, do you think it'd be possible to maybe make I know we had a community member reach out to us for Garden, maybe making a tutorial on how they can monitor the progress of their student, throughout remote learning, that if they're missing something, they're notified. Is there a way that we could make some type of tutorial for the parents that real quick, they know exactly what they need to do to notify them? Okay.
Yep, we have that ready to go. We're just, that'll be attached to our remote learning upgraded page once we're ready to roll out. Yep.
Did I describe it well enough? Of what you're
I
do?
mean, I think as far, obviously there's some different tools in use across the district, but for the most part, we were using Google Classroom, which does have the Guardian summaries. And certainly we want to, it was an excellent point by the parents. So we'll make sure that is front and center so that people know how to sign up for those if they choose.
Perfect. Yeah, because I had a tendency of my kids saying they were done, and then I go back and they're not done. So that'd be really helpful. Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Everybody okay? So, well, a couple of just final areas. Talk a little bit about where we are with extracurricular and co-curricular and sports. And the opportunity for kids to communicate, and yes, in some in person, in some clubs remotely, we really do want to develop a robust regular co-curricular extracurricular program. We're looking at perhaps middle school and working on some intramurals if the board decides that interscholastic competition at that level is not advised. At this point, so the way that we're looking at different interscholastic sports, and Dan, Chris, and I have been talking regularly. Currently, right now, where the state opening phase 3 does allow competitions, and so there are competitions. Our students right now are playing softball, they're playing basketball, they're playing at some places they're playing soccer, they're playing lacrosse at some of our places because that's allowed under phase 3. The NHIAA. That's the governing body of interscholastic sports, has loosened regulation. One thing they've done is they moved the start date to September 8th. So there is no start for sports. Usually it's around the 15th or 16th of August. And schools are looking this at different levels of different type of sports, ranging from golf, which is very individual and you can maintain social distance, all the way to football, which is a much more considered a contact sport and would be much more of concern, certainly. And we learned today about in the past where things have spread in our football program. So today, we'd like to continue to plan and take a look. Some districts are putting together schedules. As I said, the NHIA has relaxed regulations that now a school can play any school and participate in an open tournament if that school desires. So we can look at a Merrimack Valley, we can look at a Bow, we can look at a Kearsarge, we can look at a Sunapee, much more regional, and it can be based on current data for that school. Dan can call up a school and say, have you had any players or any positives in your school or in your area? And it can happen in that manner. We'd like to take a look and continue to develop and see if we do have athletes who would like to participate under these circumstances, and do we have coaches who'd like to coach under these circumstances. And then if the board decides to continue moving this, then we can develop policies about fans, about number of attendees and things like that. But tonight, August 6th, my hope is not to pull the plug on sports, but look for on sports interscholastic, but look for further planning, get additional data. But it is on the top of every superintendent, every board's list about how to engage with leaving your community, going into another community, engaging those families in some respects to those students and coming back to this community. So please know that is of concern. Districts, though, however, are putting together tentative regional schedules, looking ahead at data. And I think there are some schools districts who have said it's not based on their plans and where they're not going to participate in interscholastic sports. But I hope we continue to plan, do we have coaches that are willing to coach in this environment, which is hand sanitizer, which is spread, which is doing our screenings before, and then working closely with other neighborhood schools, requesting the same kind of screenings and to see if we believe it's safe to participate. But I hope we can continue to look at that and see where we are closer with data and with comfortability of our coaches and Dan, Chris, as well as our athletes. But at the very minimum, drills and skills can continue, right? We know that within our own community, we can get kids out playing and moving in a social distance manner. Kids have been doing that in the summer. I know one of Scott has a camp going. I know Mr. Goupel, I think, has some youngsters participating. And so there is a way to support movement and exercise and skill development. It's just, does the board want to continue that next level of, yes, assumption of risk and reward, right, for having a sense of normalcy in competitions with other communities. So tonight, I'm looking for just continued planning and presenting if there are any questions about concerns about moving forward interscholastic sports. Everybody okay?
What would transportation look like there?
We
would even do regional.
It would be just the same regulations as we have. We'd have to max it at 24, one person per seat with masks on and social distancing as they transport and get off and pieces like that. So yes, it would follow the same 24-person bus guidelines, which I think for most of our teams would be okay. It'd be one team at a time. We wouldn't. It would just be one team be able to travel.
And you mentioned that Dan would be calling like another school, seeing if there's any positives from their team. So like we talked about today in the meeting, we have a football team that's with Hillsborough. Could you maybe give a little brief summary of how maybe that would work out with students from another district merging with our students? Could you maybe briefly explain?
Sure. And in full transparency, football is one of the more complex decisions because of the nature of that sport, where you have close physical contact for a sustained time. It's different than any other sport that we work with. Some schools are very hesitant to move forward on anything but drills and skills for football and continue to develop their skills and develop it, but not engage in that type of competition. To be honest, we've had some emails and some interest about that level of normalcy and that level of program. It would be, I talked about earlier, so Hillsborough Daring is the lead school for the cooperative registered with NHIA. It is they hire the coach. They do the arrangements for that. But certainly the Hopkinton School Board has every ability not to send students to that program. I mean, that's the board has that jurisdiction. But I said we're very collaborative with Hillsborough in a number of ways. I suspect that Patty, the new superintendent there, and I, and Jay and Dan, and Jim and Chris and I can all get together. It's a very collaborative piece. But yes, that's a joint program, and we certainly would like to collaborate closely with what we believe is safe for our kids.
Steve, on this is just a suggestion. You can either throw it out, but as you think about sports and planning, it may be helpful to think about the sports sort of and I'm going to use the word tier, and I don't know if that's the right word, but sort of in risk tiers, because I think you mentioned golf, which to me, right, in terms of moving forward with a golf program, it's pretty low risk. But when you think about football on the other end, that's a pretty high risk activity, and other sports like soccer, they fall somewhere in between. And so I just think it would be helpful, at least for me, if you guys thought about our programs in terms of tiers of risk. Because that may help us figure out like which ones are appropriate for full, full program, which ones are maybe just better for practice, and somewhere in between. But that might be one way to assess them, and then have certain protocols for each tier of risk.
I think you're right on. I think that is the continuum, and having Dan and I dig in and present more information based on each tier, and happy to do that. Everybody okay? The last couple of things. So it was already alluded to in our schools, the necessity of supporting great relationship we have with after school programs. So it is recommended that we continue to support after school programs using our facilities, and it may be first session programs working with Boys and Girls Club in between school and home. But the protocol there, and we appreciate working with the head of Tween School and Home and Bob Carter and Joelle McCaffrey about presenting their guidelines and their plans for how they provide for safe use of our schools. But we would like to support that. The other thing that's kind of the board's going to have to come to grips with, our schools have always been community schools. They've been used very extensively from our schools. And I've already had a reach out from if you remember last year, I think was the first time we did the farmers market at Maple Street School, and is how the board feels about, introducing during off time, an out of school use of our buildings, is cleaning protocols, and can we establish protocols and procedures that we feel they can be safely used by non-school groups. Amy would talk about the town band. The town band is a fixture at Maple Street School. I've gone in many times into the school and listened to the town band, and we provide that support. So, is that some schools, to be completely honest, for the time being, are closing all access to non-schools because they're focusing everything. And certainly as we begin this journey, we can do that. But as we get closer on, we do have great relationships and have always had a philosophy that these are the community schools. And is there a way that we can support their use to continue to support their programs because they enjoy and love our schools? So it's more of a heads up, but yes, the recommendation is to support after school programs as they support our parents and they support our kids. Everybody okay? And in summary, so where do we go from here? Jim, you and I talked about having some question and answer events. Monday and Thursday are big days next week as they continue our 11-month budget process. We started in October and we're all the way in August. So the 11th month budget process, it's a world record for 11 months looking at the budget. But we have a 5:30 annual meeting budget session. And so we had talked about doing a 7 o'clock a town hall, just not even a meeting format, but having people being ready to answer any questions and dig in. Then trying to continue planning, trying to get some data, and have another one on Thursday. Same thing, we've got another budget meeting on Thursday at 5:30, piggybacking again about 7 or 7:30, whatever the board's pleasure is, and providing a time for parents and community members to ask questions. And then really get out some data. We need more than a survey. We need a little bit of a registration. We need to find out how many people are going to would opt out of the AM/PM program. How many people, Chris and Rebecca talked about 60 or 70 kids. How many people would feel comfortable coming in our building for some amount to get some personal, get some support. How many kids at Maple to get a little, that data will continue our planning. Is this feasible? It is not, I don't believe it's feasible to support 500 kids in our schools right now. So depending on how feasibility comes with receiving data. And of course, in we talked about this before, meeting quite frequently as a board, trying to give you the information you need as you make a decision on what you're comfortable with supporting for our students. But we'll have another board meeting on the 13th. And then the 15th is our annual school district meeting. And then at least that budget process will be over at our 11th month piece. But I'm hoping tonight, if the board's comfortable giving us the go ahead to continue planning, collecting data, answering questions about this framework or these models that the administrators and I have described to you tonight. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Steve, I just want to start sort of by thanking you and your whole leadership team and the task. I know it wasn't just your leadership team that was, involved in this. Each school had their own team working on this, but I know it's been weeks and many long days and nights thinking about this and talking about it. So first, I want to thank everybody. I can't name everybody because there's too many people, but I want to acknowledge how much thought and work has gone into this. And then, it's not all thought and work. It's also a lot of care. And so I think Andrea said it to me today as we did a tour of the school that, the focus that you've put on this, it really shows that the commitment to care really shines through. Just the thought that has gone into this, and I think you and your teams really wanting to do what's best for each child and and trying to meet the needs of each family it's really powerful, and it's the right thing to do. And so I just want to thank you for incorporating all that into this work. And so as I think about our next step, sort of where the board is and sort of where we want to go from here. So tonight isn't a vote. I think as Steve said, we're not here to vote on a plan tonight. And I think what we've been presented is a framework for what a plan could look like. And there's a lot of next steps. And so what I'm hoping to do over the course of the next however long tonight at this meeting is for board members to ask additional questions to sort of dig in a little bit. But where I'd like to get us to is a place where we can agree on this or something a little different if that's where it comes out. But I think what Steve and his team needs is some guidance from the board on whether or not we think this framework is appropriate and it works, so that Steve and his team can dig in and really really produce what I think we would all think of in the community we think of as a plan, a written document that's laying all this stuff out in a lot of detail. And then we, as Steve mentioned, we have a couple opportunities next week to receive a lot more feedback from the community and questions, because I do think the community feedback is going to be important. And then I think agreeing on that framework provides Steve and his leadership team the ability to go to parents and go into the community to really get that data, to get the numbers, to see if this framework would actually hold up when it's tested with sort of, I guess, real numbers in the real world to some degree. So that's one sort of outcome that we hope to get to tonight, sort of consensus or agreement on a framework. And then the second one, which I hope we can actually take a vote on tonight, it's not on our list, but I hope to add it to our list tonight if we could, is really this question around the start of school. The board does set the calendar, and that's something that the board has voted and approved the start of school calendar. And I think a lot of this planning hangs on the ability, I think, to move that date from not as in-school start date of the 31st, but to something different. And I just think for the community, for Steve, for parents, for students to plan, I think the sooner that we can make that decision on when a start of school will be, I think for Steve and his team, they can start planning for that. And then for their parents and the members of our community, they can make adjustments that they may have to make to their schedules in order to accommodate. So I'm hoping that we can make that decision tonight. And we can talk to Steve about who else he's talked to about the 14th and where people may be. But I just feel that's a very important decision in order to make sure that we can actually move down this road. Because right now everybody's planning to come back on the 31st. And at least what I heard tonight is that that's probably not going to be appropriate if we want to implement the framework like we discussed tonight. There's probably more, but those are sort of the two main objectives that I'm thinking of, at least in terms of where we are and sort of how to frame our conversations here moving forward. Does that make sense? If anybody objects or has additions, that would be great. So with that, I guess I don't want to stifle questions or conversation on sort of the framework as we just heard it. And so I would just like to open up if there's other questions, either for any of the building principals or the leadership team, or Steve, just on sort of how this all hangs together, things on your mind. We should spend some time and really dive in some of those questions. And so I would just say, don't be shy, unmute and just sort of hop in.
So there's an 8-page document talking a little bit more in depth about certain sections that I put in the board folder. including an example of the screening tool, including the research on the shedding under 10 years old, and including, I think, all the research data, all the response to the survey data. So that will be made available to the community tomorrow and under support materials so they can read. I would like Grammarly to take one more look at the Word document because it's a little scary to get out there, but there's a little bit more context than just the presentation, a little bit more background.
Steve, would our students be able to still go to Concord Regional Tech still?
Yeah, so under this plan and if the board, Concord hasn't, I know Chris is watching very carefully, but Concord adopted their plan. But yes, certainly the board could support students attending if CRTC goes to an in-person learning or a hybrid or something, but yes, certainly if they're full remote, and I'm not sure if they've made that decision yet, but yeah, CRTC, the students can adapt within this schedule and with this program and they can attend. If families are comfortable and we're comfortable having them avail themselves of that program. This does not, our models do not inhibit attendance in that program.
Steve, can you just very clearly set out why hybrid was not a model that could be used at the secondary level?
Sure, and we hung with it for a long time. And I thought for a while we were going to get there. The requirements of the state to quarantine or isolate anybody with any symptom, and we talked about that today on our tour. We felt that could break our, if we had 250 people at the high school and hybrid and some people out, that would, the ability to isolate, implement safe procedures for symptomatic staff or students in our school is very problematic in our current facility. And so how we spent some time, how do we manage if 3 kids come down and a teacher comes down with some kind of symptom, how do we isolate and how do we adjust on the fly to a different model? So that was very difficult. And the other piece was with a number of staff presenting with documented medical concerns or family concerns about working in a pandemic, how do we staff consistently, predictably, dependably under those circumstances? And that felt that it was, one of the guiding principles. Can we implement with efficacy? Can we deliver? And we felt the unknowns and the response to isolation issues and staffing issues were too highly variable for us to be able to deliver that model consistently over time. And we want to be able to promise the community what we can do. And if we expanding our hybrid based on our facility and based on our current conditions, we felt we could not securely or dependably implement over time.
Steve, I got 2 questions, unless Seth has another one.
Go ahead, Rob.
So the first one, you could come off as a little testy, but don't take it as that. So clearly everybody would agree that the K-3 in person is the best form of instruction for those kids, probably more so than any other. It seems a little odd to me that at Maple Street and at the middle high school, there are teachers that are not available and that staffing becomes a problem. But at Harold Martin, that doesn't seem to be the case. So I guess my concern is, are people willing to take more risks as a staff because they've been through the process of trying to do remote instruction at that grade level, and they're willing to take on those risks because it was so hard? You know what I'm saying? It just, statistically, it seems odd to me that there's none and there's a lot. So,
well, and no, I appreciate that. And Bill can dig in. He's had more, conversations, direct one-on-one, but I think we do have the ability. So there are staff with concerns at all levels. But do we have the staff that we can support though at one area where it's most critical? I think we do. And I think we do have the ability to assign staff in that certification who could support a Harold Martin school if we had to. So we have redundancies and we have supports if that the risk and the concern grows for those faculty. So we could do it on one piece, on one section, and have redundant supports and have enough capacity to do it where it was most essential. And and I also felt it was the most important. And this came up. There's only one, there is a study that looks at the below 10 years old. There was some solace in that the level of the kids and where they are, it's safer to be in person around those littles than it is the bigs. But I don't think. I think you're probably right, though. There is some of this that that early learning is so important and so critical that maybe they are, Rob, and maybe they were so frustrated that this is actually freeing them to be more effective, and that makes them happier and more fulfilled educators. But I don't know what the conversations that Bill has had, but it made sense. It informed my intuition, and we had a medical support, and we had the educational support, and we had enough capacity to support that model at one place, and that seemed the best place to do it.
Well, I guess I would just hope that we really look closely to the staff and get feedback that people aren't making decisions that they feel they're compelled to make because of pressure from parents, the community, their own sense of obligation. There's still 60 adults in that building in a situation we're unsure of. My last question is, or my second question, it probably won't be the last, but right from the start of this, I've looked at other school districts, they're ready. And my theme was, why not wait and see what happens elsewhere? What is so bad about starting remote across the board and watching what happens in other school districts? My internet is unstable, so that's bad. Before we dive in, I mean, this is kind of like watching a house fire that's there's a little bit of smoke in areas, it's emblazed in others. Open a window, the whole thing's going to go up. So why not watch those other school districts? We put our own folks at risk.
Steve, if you want to go first, and I can say something.
Sure, and I get it, and based on our guiding principles and where we want to be most, I feel that we can implement safely with efficacy this plan. But I get it, Rob. I mean, this is a very difficult time, and I get together with a lot of boards who made a decision in July are also now looking at August and looking to change, from 100% in or hybrid going to more remote. We present, after hours of work, presented, I thought, a plan that could be implemented safely and supported families, but it's not. I get it. I mean, I think everything you just said is accurate and certainly an option for this board to look at. And what I said to the Back to School Task Force today, in full transparency, I don't think you can go the other way. I'm not comfortable saying that we could go hybrid at the other schools and support it safely and have that kind of capacity. But if the board wanted to move the other way and go more remote and less kids in our building, I think we can adjust to that. But I'm concerned if the board wanted to go the other way on what I could look you in the eye and deliver. And I hope too. I think Bill said, and he said it at the task force, he said it to me, this plan came from teachers about what they thought they could do and what they could do safely. This was not a top-down, let's do it. But there's so much care, and there's so much pride, and there's so much desire to support kids. What goes inside a Hopkinton educator is pretty special, to be honest with you.
Very true. Thank you.
Bill, what would be the max class size for at Harold Martin for our students?
Do you mean in normal times?
Yeah. So you have AM and PM. So what would be the max class size you would have at that time?
I mean, we were figuring about half of what's normal. I would say 12, up 11, 12, which is about what half a third grade class is. I'm figuring we'll get obviously 50% by the plan, but you got to take out what 15, 20% based on who goes remote. But that's obviously we don't know that number. We'll see what happens. So my guess is it'll be less than that. But then after we know the remote numbers and we start shuffling the deck a little bit, you're right. I'm going to have to really have a number in my head. But I've always held 10 to 12 at this point.
Thank you.
Sure.
Steve, the one area where I'm trying to wrap my head around is, we look back at how we all handled remote learning in the beginning, and I try to always separate myself as a parent from the board to have an open mind. But there's a lot of us that have to work. There's a lot of us that have to go to work. We have to put food on the table. We just can't step away to educate our kids. Quite frankly, it's really hard to teach my child and relate to him. He definitely was much better in person than it was being at home. I guess my question is how do we provide that for our parents that just simply can't do it? They just can't provide that level of support for their student at home because they have to work. And that's where I struggle quite a bit. I want the teachers to be safe. I want the students to be safe. I want everyone here to be safe. But in the end, we have to work. Our kids deserve an education. But what's the best answer we can give?
And we try to thread that needle. I hope those parents have meaningful conversations with our administrators, and we can talk about the capacity that we can support 1, 2, 3 days a week, depending on how many avail. This plan was written and supported with the students. Some students we know that that we had our surveys, we had our metrics, and we want to support those students in their learning. But we also know that families are very, very concerned about their ability to continue to provide for their family and become remote educators. So I hope that family, we can look at that and communicate with our school counseling staff and with our administrations that we can individualize look and to provide some support in our schools, because we want our schools open based on the data and where we're at. Our schools open, but I can't say we can open them for half our population at 4 through 12. I'm not there yet, but we can support our schools with some assessment and some support and some supervision. Now, hopefully we've threaded that needle and provided necessary supports. And frankly, there are some kids that, that they need to come to school to be more focused, and they need some supports on attention and supports and some help, just that kind of help. So I'm with you. And this plan was written. It wasn't saying that we're just going to go full remote and put all this burden. It was a combination about supporting some and doing in-person instruction in others. But some districts have gone full remote, and some districts are trying to go 100% in. And based on our facility size and our capacity to handle the symptomatic or the unknown or all the other unknowns, we just couldn't deliver on more population in our schools right now, even though our numbers are good.
So Steve, just following up on Norm's, a really good question. Like how are, and you may not know, but how do parents communicate that to you? Like is that going to be, I guess that's probably gonna be part of the plan that you put together that.
And part of the registration form,
Okay.
Will you need this? And would you like a school administrator to talk about how we can support you in school? And then Amy will call some families and take a look at how many people and how can we parse out, what can we do? And some, as Amy and all the staff, there'll be some teachers and some support staff in our schools. We know that, and some are very able to do that. There'll be some that'll be teaching and supporting. Some support staff will be supporting kids remotely. Some kids that typically at Harold Martin might be supporting kids remotely at Maple Street School, and we might be moving staff around based on our ability to allocate and direct staff who haven't presented with certified needs to additional accommodations.
Thanks. I guess my other question and is maybe for Bill, and maybe it's still a work in progress, but can you walk me through what your thoughts are on your protocol? So, you're Harold Martin second grader and or a second grade classroom, and a child is there with a fever. Like what is the action? Like walk me through the process that you're thinking right now. Like how do you handle that in a classroom with like 11 other children and a teacher?
And again, I think if our nurse was here, she'd probably do a better job. But my gut is if a child is being seen with some sort of malady, say in the classroom, I assume, it's, 8:30, they come in and the parent already filled out the form that he was fine, or maybe didn't fill out the form, whatever that form looks like. We would, have an assistant carefully 6 feet away, I suppose, bring the child down to the nurse. The nurse would have, her protective gear on, obviously, and she would make a determination. And the way it's looking now is, although it could change from what I'm hearing from now until school begins, or late August, early September. But if any child has almost any symptom outside of regular migraines or something like that, which is well documented, they will be called to be sent home. At that point, the parent will need to either quarantine the child for 2 weeks or get a negative COVID test. It wouldn't surprise me if the state, especially in the person of Dr. Chan, the state epidemiologist, changes their mind a little bit on that. There's some talk about that because he meets with the state nurses every week. But at this point, that's what it is. We have 2 beds set up in the nurse's office as there's a better word than quarantine or holding tank, but a spot for them to stay. There's going to be a curtain between the 2 beds. There's going to be actually a clear curtain, if you know Harold Martin School at all, between, in the main office where unfortunately the nurse's office is, so they can see in, anybody can see in. And then again, like I said, the parent will pick them up. And our hope is we don't have more than a couple or 3. But I think as Steve talked about earlier tonight, one of our concerns is that those numbers, whether it's staff or students, goes up high enough that, we can't necessarily handle it. But that's how I see it right now anyway, Jim.
And then, thanks, Bill. That's helpful. And then what happens with the, is right now the thought that the classroom, the classroom students' families would be notified that there was a positive case? I guess I'm just wondering how this sort of plays out in the.
Yeah, and I think we'd contact DHHS, if it really would turn out to be a positive case. But if your question is the student goes home with a fever or goes home with a cold, and no, I don't think we necessarily quarantine that class right away, especially if it's a cough. But I do need a little more clarification on that for sure. I think we all do in our schools because kids are going to have a cough. It might be allergies, but to suddenly take the other maybe 8 kids and tell parents they need to be quarantined, I don't believe we're being given guidance to do that. Now, if it's a positive COVID test, then I do think our guidance is to have those kids get tested and be quarantined for a couple of weeks before they come back.
So they would move to remote learning. And
there you go. Right, especially if they're relatively asymptomatic and they're feeling okay to do it.
Thank you. And yeah, and this isn't meant as a gotcha at all. I'm just thinking through. Yeah, I'm just trying to think through how, like, the mechanisms by which, and these are probably on the minds of parents, like how.
Well, these are the things we're trying to figure out too.
Yeah.
All the scenarios that we can't even think of right now.
Steve, I had a question. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Question about liability and how we're working through that. You and I have talked about this before. I know the standard of care is usually the measure, but there's really not a clear standard of care here. And the Primex folks talked about, making sure that we quantify what we do and keep track of things. I know NEA New Hampshire is talking about perhaps changes in terms of long-term disability for teachers, even death benefits for teachers being expanded as a function of what's going on with this. So have we crossed that bridge with our legal folks in terms of our responsibilities and how we manage that?
Just the guidance that you and I, we've received from our property and liability carrier to follow these precautions by the precautions that we're putting in place are the guidelines required or offered by the state. One of the things we are, Michelle and I and Lori, our HR group, is meeting next week to evaluate every request through the HR lens, and that's where we'll reach out to Primex for HR support. So we are developing our response letters, our check sheets regarding every single request for accommodations under the pandemic to make sure we are providing our legal responsibility as well as our liability responsibility. So next week, because one of the things is obviously if someone's requesting accommodations and we're remote, that is a good accommodation. So having the plan helps us provide accommodations for staff. But to be honest with you, one of the biggest burdens coming up is our human resources evaluating every single request and how we adjust staff to that. to make sure that we are following our legal responsibilities and relieving ourselves from any liability. But that's next week.
And what about the protocols around cleanings and PPE? And, if someone were to get COVID, get ill, get a disability, where are we there?
Yep. All our custodians have been trained and participated in training under COVID. We are adjusting all our systems as we possibly can. We will be requiring PPE and providing PPE. So I think we're doing everything we can to meet our responsibility that we could document, as you said, document what we've done to ensure our staff are safe. One of the things, we had a task force meeting today, and the homework for the task force is from our nurses and student services in all areas. What professional development do they need to be prepared to be in our schools? And so we're putting together our professional development plans based on state guidelines. There's going to be professional development, how do you put a mask on? There's professional development, how you wash hands. There's professional development, how you clean spaces for, there'll be times where some of our providers may have to clean, some of our screens that we're using and have good. So we will be having professional development training documented about the correct procedures to use to work to be in a building in a pandemic.
And what about, I'm sorry to ask so many questions about this, but what about the oversight side of that? So we put all of those things in place, and it's clearly everybody's thought about them, but how do we ensure that they're being followed through on? Is there a third party person? Who's the responsible person in the building to say, hey, Bill Carrozza, that you're not wearing your mask correctly, or you ought to be doing this, or we forgot to do that, or boy, we did a great job today, we ticked all the boxes. Is there an oversight?
I think it's a building principal's responsibility that all policies and procedures are implemented within our schools. Our school nurses take lots of responsibility and support. I think our school nurses are right there with our administrators in supporting correct procedures and policies and practices. I think those are our main positions to supporting our correct implementation of our procedures in this area.
I have a question that I'm not sure necessarily going to come out clearly, but I'm going to try. So I feel like our kids have lost a lot already. And we got through last year, I felt like sort of summer will come, we will get through this, we will get to the end, we shorten the school year to accommodate that feeling. What I understand us to be doing now is really setting ourselves up in here for the long haul. I mean, as you said, the numbers are good, but yet we can't do anything but remote. So that suggests to me we are in a remote model until this pandemic is resolved. And I worry, or I am concerned, that we have to change the mindset of everyone that this is the long haul. This is our school, this is our community, and these are our kids, and they need to feel that, we're not in some race, we're in a school environment. And I know this is a complicated question, it's probably more for the school buildings, but how do we put that touch on the kids and the teachers and the parents that this is school and we're going to have contact with you and make it feel not like a race to the end, because that's an unfair thing.
I think that's a great point. In all most districts are doing as much in person as they can now to develop relationships and make that connection, because that was so valuable in making the last stage work. But it is different now. The cold, and based on the guidance that any symptom has to be isolated and sent home, the cold and flu season will be, I suspect, for most schools, even a higher level of remote learning than we're participating in the beginning. But I think it is. I think Rebecca talked to about how we set the norms and how we establish the current procedures in this environment that will carry us until we think it's safe to have more people in the building for a longer period of time. So Seth, I think you're right on. I think this is the new, everybody's talking about the new normal. And this is the new normal in schools for a while. We got to get through the cold and flu, and we got to see what happens in the spring. But if, typically schools, and especially, teachers You have to be really sick before you don't come into school, right? No one wants to make those sub plans, and no one wants to have that time. And I think that's a cultural change that we have to have. But I agree. I think this is the new normal. And we're going to try and support families, have as much in-person assessment, as much in-person services, and as much in-person at Herald as we possibly can. But there'll be a time where the symptoms overwhelm our infrastructure, and even if it's cold and flu season, and we'll be in more remote because we want to make sure COVID doesn't spread, community spread further. But I agree with you. It is establishing this as the new normal.
Oh, people stop talking. I can ask a question, finally. I was wondering, so, as I'm listening to this full presentation, one of the things that comes to my mind is, I know that we're going to have families who really, really, really want to go back, get their kids back into school. And it sounds like part of the reason why we are able to offer half-day school to Harold Martin students is because we are going to be able to pull from our other two school buildings. We're going to be able to pull custodians, and we would be able to pull teachers or subs if need be. And so my question, I guess, is, it's kind of a terrible question, but where does this all fall apart? At what point does this not work anymore? I was thinking, for example, and I think, Steve, you've mentioned this, kid gets a positive test at Harold Martin, God forbid. The school nurse is also exposed, so she needs to quarantine. We want a school nurse in there. At this point, we could pull, from a different school. But it feels like if we were doing more in person, we wouldn't be able to do that, right? We wouldn't have a nurse that we could pull from. We wouldn't have the subs. I mean, finding a sub in non-COVID times is difficult enough. And so I guess I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about why this model, because of, and the ways in which it could all sort of fall apart. And I don't mean fall apart like nothing's going to work, but that we just need to go into a more remote system of supporting our children and our families.
And I think you led to it very well. If we're in where teachers are teaching in the morning and the afternoon, and we get, we get symptomatic people, or we get people that have been in contact, or someone's wife or husband has now, and we quarantine, there's not a lot of redundant supports. There's some, because we're doing it one. But no, I agree. I think, and that was the question that came up and everybody's asked, Steve, if 3 teachers come up with it, do we go full remote? And originally, the guidance that we have that is we will work with DHHS to change models. But we're also understanding that some of the DHHS advice increases the tolerance of risk that may be too much for the Hopkinton board. For example, the guidance was that really impacted us. If you leave New England, and they say my son was a college student and he was going to Pennsylvania, to Gettysburg, and he's a freshman, and I take him there. The guidance 2 weeks ago was that person, because they left New England, quarantines for 2 weeks before they come to work. Well, if that was the standard, and we had 3 teachers do that, that would break our system at some of our schools. So then the guidance changed. They said teachers are an exception to that because it's so necessary for us to run schools. So that's where it's a struggle, because we know that to keep safe, that was the guidance, but we also know it's such a burden on schools. I think we look every day. I think we monitor, as Bill said, the teacher social emotional support. Are they handling this? Is this going well? Do they feel that they're being successful and they feel that they're being safe in our schools? But I agree. This is as far as we can go in trying doing it. And I think we have a real good possibility to have this learning occur in person at Herald. But that's as far as Andrew, I could look in the eye and say that we can do. But it's how the system gets overwhelmed by the number of quarantines or the number of people unable to do their job because we don't have a lot of subs. And then we move to an environment where they can teach through the quarantine or they can teach through the isolation.
Thanks.
Steve, you had mentioned, or it was Bill, somebody mentioned there having some sort of, questionnaire or daily questionnaire for students, like the parents would fill out or release a test to, today there's no symptoms. Is there something similar or analogous for teachers and support staff to have a similar type of a statement that they would go through a protocol?
Same thing. They'll be taking the same screening every day before they come to work. There is some desire that staff, when talking with the nurses, that there's some expectation that staff do it at work. But we felt if we can, do it before work. But yes, when school starts, I'll be taking every day, I'll be answering myself 5 questions on my little QR code app, and it will go to the SAU goes to the Maple Street school nurse. They will look at it. And obviously, if I'm a no, I know I will be working from this office as opposed to the other office. But yes, the screening will be done for anybody who enters our school.
Thank you.
And we've already started, like the SAU had a soft opening. Miss Bo has now come in, and we're starting to work together. Anytime that I leave my office, I wear a mask when I go to the copier, when I go to other places in the SAU office. When I go to Maple Street, I wear a mask. I'm wearing a mask. And when I go to talk with Donna, she's behind us. If you've been to the SAU, we put up a plexiglass shield, but I have a mask when I go talk to Donna. And so we're getting into that habit of functioning in an open environment, in an office environment.
Steve, I always think big sometimes because that's just how I am, and you know me pretty well. What is the procedure, of notifying parents if someone's been tested? I had mentioned to you, I know this is maybe off the charts. The most important way is to communicate to the parents ASAP. I mentioned to you using the snow call, notifying people saying, hey, we had someone tested, because a lot of people sign up for that. We need to communicate to parents immediately and figure out a procedure and a plan. My biggest concern is privacy for these students and teachers. And I just wondered if you could share a little bit of maybe what you and your team has thought about in order to notify parents and maintain a student's privacy and a teacher's privacy, because it's very important.
And to be completely frank, in the documentation I provided to you and to the community, there's still a hole there. It says there is a hole in the communication plan because the advice is so varied. So at one point, we said a student has a positive COVID test if they're cohorted and they're in an assigned seat 6 feet away. You would only notify the students who sit adjacent to them in the classroom. So that was some of the advice, and I'm not sure that that's right yet. I haven't come to grips with my own understanding of how much we should communicate, and it depends how many, how kids. Like Bill talks very clearly that a group of 8 kids at Herald are going to be pretty well self-contained. While at Maple, when we have 20 or 30 kids that we're supporting, and we talked about going outside and lunch, all of a sudden the cohort is mixed. Now, do we notify more people because it's not such a fixed number of kids? So I'm not at a place where I'm comfortable yet understanding the scope of our communication and what's our obligation for how many people. Like a teacher, I think it's pretty clear that if a 3rd grade teacher, right, has tested COVID, we would notify the students. That makes sense to me. But do we notify beyond that? Because you're right, we don't want this to. We had, I think it was in the spring, Andrea and Jim, you and I, we did notify the community if we had a positive test of someone in one of our schools. But the DHHS has told superintendents that any person in our school has a positive test, they will notify us and they will work together with us on the contact tracing and the amount of communication we should make. But I'm not totally there yet, to be honest with you, Norm. I'm not comfortable with the recommendation yet, to be completely honest.
Thank you.
So I didn't hear anybody else jump in. And so I guess I want to go back to sort of at least one of the 2 pieces that we had talked about, maybe getting a next step on. And I'd just like to hear if the board, members of the board feel that the framework that's been presented is adequate, for Steve and his team to make some next steps and continue planning. or are there changes that people want to recommend? Just kind of want to put that out there, because I don't want us to say Steve should go ahead and do it if we have, if there's real concerns, and have him put all the work into it and then have us, pull the rug up from under him. Like not the best term, but so I guess I'd love to hear if there's real concerns. This is a good time to start sharing those. Or if there's adjustments that people want to see made, that would be a good time too, because I think that will help guide Steve and his team for what they keep working on and what they come back with for a final proposal.
I know for myself, in looking at across the state and across the country at the different school reopening plans, I have yet to see a plan that I adore. No plan that we're ever going to see is going to look like normal. It's never going to make everybody happy. It is never going to meet everybody's needs. I have yet to see a plan anywhere that I'm like, yep, that's the one that ticks all the boxes. However, that being said, and I'll be frank, I am someone who was very hesitant to send my children back. I did not want to send my kids back to a hybrid model. Personally, I feel much more comfortable with this. And so, do I think as a board member that we should move forward with this plan? Yes. Do I think that some folks are going to have problems with it? Absolutely. Do I think that I can sleep at night because I am hopefully doing what I can to help keep kids safe and also support families and children wherever they choose to learn? I do. So I think that I would be in support of moving forward with this plan sort of as it stands. I am also interested in hearing from our community. I know I've received lots of emails already. And so I'm interested as well in hearing what folks in the community have to say.
Well, I'm here in the great state of Maine. I'm going to turn my computer for a minute.
You're in Maine? Oh, wow.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm in Maine.
Wow.
And there's a mask order in Maine. And believe it or not, people are actually wearing masks. And if you go to certain places and they've got a sign up and it says, if you're from away, because they don't say out of town here, they say away, please don't come in. And it's pretty amazing to me how much people are sort of abiding by the mask rule by and large, far more so than I've seen back in New Hampshire. So I'm a little concerned about the state that we live in. I'm very concerned about the cavalier attitude about the disease in parts of the country. I'm a little bit concerned about how quickly this could shift. I think about in statistics, at least in social sciences, they always talk about plus or minus 5%. But as soon as you apply that to an airplane ride, you don't get on the plane if they tell you you've got a plus or minus 5% chance of crashing. So when people talk about statistics are low in terms of infection rates for certain age groups or populations, I sort of think the same way. So I have to tell you, I think, Bill, it's a great amount of work that you've done, and I applaud you for it. I think it is a plausible plan, but given the circumstances, am I comfortable having you go back into that building? Right now, I'd say no. I'm just gonna that's where I'm at. I feel like we should let somebody else play the petri dish for us and see how that rolls out. So if it was my personal looking forward to how you design is what would a few weeks of remote look like at Harold Martin School till we have better data on just what's going on in the state and in other school districts before we bring kids back in. Because, if it ticks up, it's not going to matter if it's a day or 2 days or 3 days. It could happen within a few hours. We just don't know because we don't necessarily know people have traveled or what their practice home or any of those other. And if we've folks that are in that 5%, I'm going to have a hard time going to bed. I was part of that. That was a good idea. So that's me. That's where I'm at.
Norm or Seth?
I mean, I suppose I agree with Andrea in the sense that there is no good answer to this. It is a vexing problem. I'm disappointed that we're going to have so many of our students home for such an extended period of time. I understand the arguments, or not even arguments, the reasons as to why. You know, I guess I disagree with Rob. I feel like I agree with that that period of time, K through 3, from an educational perspective, if we cannot get the basic skills going for these kids, we could really find ourselves in a really bad situation. There's some risk. There are a lot of precautions. We're all living with those precautions. There is some gamble here, but I guess I overall feel like we're all giving parents the opt-out, but we recognize it just didn't work as remote. Teaching, learning, and reading and numeracy did not work K through 3 as a remote model. And if we're going to be in a remote model for at least a semester and maybe a year, it's a lot of time to give up. So I am inclined to agree and disappointed that we weren't able to do something for the older students.
Yes, I'll go. Wish me luck. No, for me, you know, I was on the task force and I listened to everyone, and like I said, it was a very open discussion, and we had a lot of great conversation. I was flooded with a lot of emails from a lot of parents, a lot of teachers. I mean, just a lot of people about their opinion about what's going. Whatever we decide here, someone will not agree, and that's understandable. Some people may like the idea, and that's okay too. For me, you know, I want our teachers safe. I want our students safe. I want our kids to learn. I want everyone here to be able to give our parents a choice. You know, I go back and I struggle a lot with a lot of our parents who could be in the bubble of losing their job. You know, and not to have that, to struggle to be out of work and, you know, having their child to teach them and losing that. You know, we don't know what the outcome of this COVID-19 is going. And I know we got to keep our kids safe. And I think the plan that Bill's presented, I think, to the board tonight, you know, is something that I'm comfortable with to start for this district. It gives the opportunity for our parent to say, you know, hey, this is what needs to happen, you know, and there's support there. And for me, I think it's scary, you know, as a parent, you know, as a board member, but I'm confident because I trust Steve, you know, and all our leadership team to meet the needs for our students, but also meet the needs of the parent in order to give that education to their child. I'm a little hesitant with Maple. You know, I kind of wish, you know, we had a little more of an extended way of having our students have access to in-class there. But I like Steve had mentioned, that if there's a parent that needs that support, that they're, you know, to have help, we have that there. But this is going to be based on us getting information from the parents. You know, there's a lot of questions that we have not thought of that the community is probably going to be asking that will help us be able to determine if this is the right thing moving forward. As of right now, I agree with Seth and Andrea, and, you know, and Rob's made some great points, but, you know, I think moving forward to help move this along, I think is appropriate. But I would like to maybe think a little bit about Maple a little bit more, but we can fine tune that maybe moving down the road.
Thanks, Norm. I mean, I have 3 kids in the school system, and so I just I know how hard, to Seth's point, that, you know, the not being in the classroom has been, especially for my 9-year-old, who I just know is missing, you know, a lot of her social emotional needs, and she'll be in 4th grade, and I just know not going to school is going to have an impact. That said, you know, this is the time we're in, and I think this plan, it does at least, well, it does several things, but I'm very pleased about the flexibility piece, because I do think the flexibility across the board. I mean, what I'm hearing is that we're providing a remote option for those families and those students who don't feel comfortable coming in. So that's positive. We're providing the ability for those students who need the additional help, who need the additional support to be able to go into a building and get that support taken care of. And then we're providing those families who may have a fourth or fifth grader who otherwise would be home alone because two parents work. And it provides an opportunity for that family to have their child in a setting where they would be safe, as best as we can manage that. So it feels like we're trying to meet as many needs as we can with sort of limited information and limited resources. I just worry. I worry about a lot. One of my main worries is that we'll put a lot of work, especially into the Harold Martin model, and what happens, and everybody who's ever had a kid or gone to school knows that September, October, when all the kids come together, everybody comes down with a cold and everybody has a cough, and it feels to me like we're going to do everything we can do, and then Andrew asked a good question: how does this fall apart? I think once the kids start to get gets the cold that comes with the beginning of school, that a lot of this planning will be for naught. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try, because I do agree with what talked to Bill and Steve, that the teaching the elementary reading is so fundamental. And if the educators are saying the way you teach it is in person, to me that's worth us trying as best we can with the choices that we can offer to get that learning done. And so I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that 6 feet apart means no one gets a cold, and that we can persevere. Because I do think for that age group, what's best is to learn to read and write and to have that interaction with your teacher. So I'm in favor of continuing the planning. I think to me, continuing the planning is in a green light on signing off. At least that's not what I'm saying. And it's really, this is a framework. There's a lot more work to do across the board. We heard some of that tonight. And so I think this is my view, sort of a green light to continue that planning and to really test the assumptions that we're all making about what's going to work and what's not. And then I really think the important part, at least for me, is sort of the data collection that Steve, you outlined. Because at the end of the day, that's where the rubber is going to meet the road. Because if we put this framework out and we put a survey out, or I say survey, I know Steve doesn't like that. It's more than a survey. It's between a survey and registration. But to go out to the community and get what they want to do, and if the numbers don't work, then we know the numbers don't work. And so I think that's a critical piece that we don't know right now, and I think we have to test. And so the only way to do that is, I think, to give the green light to go out and do more work, ask the questions of parents and families, and see where we land. And that will inform us a lot, having those registration numbers. And this will adjust. I think what Steve presented and the team presented tonight, no matter what happens between now and a week from now, there's going to be adjustments to it. And then the week after that, there'll be more adjustments, because I think we have to live into the reality that we're facing. So, so I guess I'm somewhere in between Rob and the rest of the board. But I think the planning that you guys have done is great, and I just suggest we move forward as best we can, and see what the next week brings, and what you guys come back with from the learning that you have had.
Just to, you and I had spoken that the next event would be the Monday question and answer, and then the substantive survey would come out Tuesday after parents had a chance to ask questions and dig in a little bit more in the plan. Does that still make sense to you? I just want to make sure we're on the same path.
I mean, that makes sense to me. I guess, how do other board members feel about that?
Can you repeat that, Steve?
Sure. The thought was, tonight we present, and there'll be more data tomorrow. I'll get it out, give the parents some time to think about it. Maybe some are going to watch the tape. We had 120 on YouTube and about 120 here. So that's about 240 total tonight, which is a pretty good night. And then we've got our budget meeting, right? Or the annual school district meeting from 5:30 to 7. So Norm and I had spoken, and Jim and I and Andrea had spoken about having a question and answer period for the community to ask questions of Bill and Amy and me and Mandy and Matt. So they could really dig in a little bit and understand what they're quote unquote signing off. Signing up for or just intending to. I'm just uncomfortable getting something out right now without their chance to digest and ask questions on Monday. I don't know if
really
that makes sense or not.
do we really think that we're going to be quick with that district school meeting? I mean, that's my biggest concern. There's people who are, really are anxious to ask questions, Steve, and this town may have a lot of questions. We've done our best putting ourselves out there, but does it make sense for us to have at the tail end of something that we do not know when's going to end? Unless we say this is the end of the meeting, and then we move on for this, because
sure, I was just trying to get a date out of Monday. It's just we just have a funky week next week. That's all. We've got a couple of budget sessions next week.
But that's my dilemma. That's my dilemma. I want to talk to the board, because I don't want to ever cap public comment, especially for a district school meeting. But if we're going to 9 o'clock, because that's the way a district meeting goes. Are you guys comfortable with sitting for 2 to 3 hours answering questions from the community on this matter?
After 9 o'clock?
I mean, it could go. We don't know how long it's going to go. I mean,
that would be a short meeting, Norm.
Going to 9 o'clock at night.
That would be a shorty.
Yeah.
We've also done the budget situation.
I know
multiple times, so I think it would be fine doing it afterwards. And folks can also ask questions tonight as well. I mean, I know we're all yammering on, but we're going to start that whole process tonight as well.
So, I mean, the other option is to do an additional night. So we have the budget session on Monday. We can do Tuesday, schedule a question and answer, and then we still have the Thursday meeting. So that would be another option if if the board wasn't comfortable sort of combining the Monday night. We could try to do something Monday and Tuesday.
I would prefer Tuesday. I think there's people who have had their questions from the budget. I think it'd be great to have a separate meeting just for this. I think that'd be comfortable for people who want to attend one or the other and not have to wait. Might make sense, but that's up to you guys.
How do other board members feel?
We're going to be in meetings to the end of time, but it's fine. I could do Tuesday.
I mean, I'm happy to do Tuesday. I'm also happy to say let's designate 2 hours for budget and then 2 hours for school questions. If we need more time than that, then we could schedule into Tuesday if necessary.
Seth?
You tell me. When I will show up when you tell me to show up.
On the budget, so let me just, and this is maybe a question for Steve or anybody else. So in the statute that lays out, and I don't have it in front of me, what we need to do on Monday. I know we have to do a presentation on the warrant on what's going to be on the budget, and so in our case, it's one question, and then what's the requirements of the statute for what we do during those meetings?
It just opens the door. We have to have feedback for the next 2.5 days, or so. Once they hear the presentation, they have an opportunity to give feedback to the board about requests for amendments. But I don't know of any time period requirement. I can ask Tom tomorrow, but I don't remember that in the statute, Jim. I think our obligation is to have the meeting and have the opportunity and receive feedback on possible amendments to bring back on Thursday. And Thursday you set the ballot. Is my understanding.
In the feedback, at least in the statute, I remember it's electronic, right? It can be phone, it can be email and text. And
correct.
So,
we provided, right, Andrea? I think it's a school board at something like that. So the email has been provided for people to send requests for amendments.
Yeah, I think that there's not actually a ton that we need to do that night. Present answer questions.
To present and then have it open, but there's not like, there's not like a public hearing requirement to that effect. It's really just a presentation.
Mhm. We can have public comment and question, but no.
Totally up to you. Whatever you're more, I just want you to sleep well and not have anxiety about, oh, if the meeting's cutting it off. We prefer to have anxiety-free deadlines. You know, there's enough going on. And if you want to do Tuesday, make it clean. And if that relieves some of the anxiety at the end of the meeting and not rushing people, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I guess what I'm hearing is that if we do it on Monday, there may be some anxiety from some members and maybe within public. But if we do it Tuesday, it's probably less anxiety because we can set aside the time for it.
So Monday's been posted. That's a 5:30. That's a webinar. It's a Zoom and YouTube. I'll post for 5:30 on Tuesday. And it's really just a question and answer for back to school.
I think so. We can. So on the Monday meeting, we all have to be there. I think that's a requirement of the board. I think the Tuesday meeting, and I don't know my schedule, I don't know anybody's schedule, but I think for like the Tuesday meeting, it's an opportunity to ask questions. And so I hate to say, a lot of it is on Steve, as terms of like, you've been on the task force. This is kind of, it's the plan you're putting together. I think the board members should do our best to be there, but it may not have to be, we should post it, but it may not be a regular school board meeting. And I'm not saying that to get anybody off the hook. I'm just trying to think of like, we're kind of doing this on the fly here. And it feels like that this is an opportunity for the public to get their questions answered. And like, I may not be the best person to answer the question. I think, Steve and the task force is.
Jim, that was one thing that, me and Steve were kind of on the communication plan for this. And that was something I really wanted was a town hall meeting where, we had, certain members of the task force that were able to come in and ask us those questions and feel comfortable asking them and really have that warm, fuzzy feeling of like, okay, I can ask questions, I can come up there and it's not much of a structure like a board meeting, just make it very, very casual. And that's kind of where I was looking at for a town hall meeting. So, I'm on the impression tonight that the community can ask questions, correct, about this plan? Is that on the, that is?
Yeah, I think that's what we're trying to set up.
Okay. So they could ask tonight questions regarding the back to school plan, which is great. They have some time over the weekend to mull it over, review it, because Steve has a document that has all these questions, all these answers and stuff. And then me and Steve spoke, and I was looking for a town hall where, after people review it, we set time aside, they can ask questions, and then the leadership team and people from the task force can answer the questions. They're the ones that put countless hours into it. We could be there for support, whatever works for Steve. That's kind of the mindset I had.
Perfect. Steve, does this work for you? If we did it on Tuesday and sort of in the setup that we've been, okay.
Yeah, and if it reduces anxiety in the world, I'm all in.
All right. So the next question I think we have, so I think we've all agreed, dig into the framework. We have some public sessions next week. And so the other question is around start date of school. And so the presentation, Steve laid out a start date of the 14th of September. And so I guess I'd love to get feedback on that as sort of where we might want to move as a board. And then, so maybe we'll just start there and get feedback on that date and how people feel about that.
I don't object to that. We want this to be smooth as can be. The more time to do dry runs and planning and how we're going to do all of the motivation that we need to do, the logistics we need to do. We don't want to start and not be ready. That's the worst case scenario.
I would agree. I have no problem with the 14th. And I want to take, just to clarify what I was saying before in terms of Harold Martin. I see Bill's looking at me over there on the screen. I guess my curiosity is, what would it look like if Harold Martin started 2 weeks remote and then went into your plan, which would just afford us a little bit more time to see the health ramifications in other places. We've waited an awful long time to get this thing rolling. 2 more weeks and letting other folks experiment, I don't think is too much to ask in terms of doing what's right for everybody. That's what I meant, just to be clear. But the 14th as a start date, I think is a good plan.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you.
I'm good on the 14th also. I think it's great that we have a little more time to plan, review other situations, and go in smoothly.
Yeah, I agree. I think, tonight we're hearing the full plan. The community's hearing the full plan. I think giving ourselves more time. And I also just want to make it clear, that we as a board are just hearing the full plan. So what we're talking about and what we're expressing might also change. I would also kind of put that caveat out there is just as the task force has been able to go through this process, we as a board are now going to be going through this process over the next couple of meetings. So just allow us that grace at the same time.
So Steve, for your purposes and for the district's purposes, would I had mentioned earlier the kind of a board vote on that date change? Would that be appropriate for you? I guess what's useful? I mean, you have a consensus. I don't think there's any disagreement on the 14th as the start date, but what do you need in order to sort of put the pieces into place that you have to do?
What I'd like to do, I think, is next week at the board meeting, bring a revised full calendar to the board, that including moving September 18th to a different day, and taking a look at the October date, if that's all right, and do it all in mass. But yes, we're playing with the 14th, and then I'm going to move some other professional development days into the mix so we don't have lost days, if that's all right. Present a revised calendar, work with Nancy and Scott and John and Ann through the associations, make sure they understand what we're doing, and bring up with a 14th start date, but also with just some other professional development days into those slots. And I can bring a revised calendar to the board next week. I couldn't get that done for tonight. But next week we'll be able to work with leadership team and develop and Scott and John and Nancy and Ann and look at a revised calendar.
I think that's fine. I want to make sure that we're serving your purpose, and so that feels good. And I guess the only thing that I would ask, unless Steve, as you start putting that schedule together, you don't think it's going to work. I just hope that we can get that news out to the community sooner than later. And so I know we can get a complete calendar next week, but if there's any way to at least let the community know that this is the direction we're heading, so they can plan accordingly, because the 31st isn't that far away, and that's right now where people are planning to start. So if we can let them know there's a couple more weeks ahead, that would be helpful.
I hope if I can get one more edit on the public version of the document tomorrow morning, I'll send that out, and the link to the support materials to the community. And then I'll, in that email, just say that the board did look at a start date, but we're going to have a full revised calendar ready for a week. So I give them as much notice. Happy to do it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So we just covered a ton. We have more agenda items coming up. And so I guess at this point, is there anything left that we haven't discussed, anything pressing on anybody's mind about sort of next steps in terms of back to school?
I guess my question, I know we've got more stuff like board stuff that we need to do. I'm wondering if we want to move, however, some public comment up a little bit. I know that we've already had a bit of drop off, just to allow folks to have kind of a first crack at expressing how they're feeling about everything.
Yeah, I saw there's been hands up, I think, since we started the presentation. So that was going to be, you read my mind. I was going to ask if the board minded doing public comment just on the back to school issue, and try not to ask people. We can still save the scheduled public comment for the end of the meeting for other issues. But if people are comfortable taking some now on the back to school, I'd like to do that because people have been waiting. Is there no objection to that? Perfect. Before I do that, Steve, anything else on your mind for things that we want to cover, or anything left that you want to say?
No, I think we're in a good place. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So there's no objection. So I'm gonna, if folks want to provide public comment now on the back to school portion, and knowing that this is still a framework, not a complete plan, but comments would be helpful, or this is a good time for it anyway. So I'm going to start with the first hand up, and that is Jeanette and John Young. Hello, you should be able to unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me? This is John Young.
Hey, John, how are you? Thanks for joining.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I just have a few questions. One of them is, at one part of the presentation, if I understood it correctly, it was said that the disinfecting of the buses, that my daughter's going to go to Harold Martin School, that it would take place regularly. So my concern is, especially when there's an hour between when the morning kids are going to be bused home and the afternoon kids are going to be bused there, if they're the same buses, are they going to disinfect between the drop-off and the pickup?
Currently, that's not in our budget, but if that's something that the board wants me to investigate more frequently, we were looking at not daily and certainly not between rides, but if that's something that the board wants me to look at, to John, I'd be happy to look into how that could happen. But no, currently the plan is not to disinfect the buses at that schedule, but more than we typically would do, but not in in the midday run. And not even between days, to be honest with you. It was either weekly or bi-weekly or something, but it was not that frequent, but we can look into it.
Thank you.
All right, I don't know if it was my connection or Steve Chamberlain's, but yeah, you were dragging there at the end. So I'd just like to say, in reference to that, my request would be that you do disinfect between the runs, for so that if there's somebody sick in the morning, they don't make their children sick in the afternoon. And if you're going to be, another thing is, if you're going to be using hand sanitizers in the school, making it available to the students and the teachers, I assume you're aware that the FDA has a list of.
Yes, actually, we've returned some hand sanitizer that wasn't on the good list, but yes, we are now using approved hand sanitizers. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thanks. And another thing is, are you going to be, how are you doing on supplies? Some supplies are, they're on back order, they're not even available. So if we start the school year with some supplies, is there a plan in place to make sure that we're going to have enough to actually keep going and finish off the school year with the plan that you start with, so you'll have enough to disinfect through the whole school year?
We have not purchased a year's supply. I think we purchased through November, understanding that the cold and flu season may impact our ability to be remote. And we are getting updates, and we have a running inventory, but we did not, John, purchase enough for the entire school year.
Thank you. And the last thing that I'd like to mention is, I've seen it happen at two different locations where the temperature inside and the temperature outside on hot days, warm or hot days, affected how people were actually turned away from some services because their body temperatures were higher. Even on arrival, they were okay, but then after waiting in a hot waiting room, they were turned away because their temperature was around 100. So my concern is, I hope you're not going to base your decision to send a child home solely on the temperature. I hope you would look for more than one symptom than just that. The reason I say that is because it is going to be hot and it's going to be warm, and we're talking about kids that are going to be maybe riding a hot bus to school, or just hot because it's hot out and hot inside.
Thank you. I mean, I think, Steve, the nurses will be checking on the students, right? So they have protocols for how they assess that.
Right, and we were we were looking at parents to do the morning one, understanding that kids, if we did it in the hot sun before they entered school, could be problematic. And then only if there was a complaint of an illness would we then take the temperature. But we rely on the parent self-screening, understanding that that is a much more stable environment as opposed to the heat or the anxiety about schools and things like that.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask questions and express my concerns.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Real quick, I just wanted to say that was discussed in the task force meeting today about disinfecting the buses. So, Steve, that would be something if we could look into.
Sure.
I think that'd be important. It was something that was asked, and I think it's important to get a number on. Thank you.
So next hand that's raised is, I'm going to get the last name wrong. I apologize. Jeremy Freitas. Jeremy, you should be there.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you guys. Appreciate all the time and thought you've put into this. I want to speak, for our family, we're a split as this plan is presented. A child at Maple Street and a child at Harold Martin. And honestly, I just got to say that this plan's a disaster. I think it's completely ineffective. For me to send a child to school half day is 100% of the exposure and 100% of the expense. And I've heard a lot of plans, talking with a lot of clients and a lot of other parents in other communities. And I got to be honest, it just sounds totally ludicrous and frustrating, quite honestly. So I know that Norm and Jim both stated that there would be, we're working parents. We don't have the luxury of staying home, and we don't have the, luxury of getting paid to stay home. So Maple Street, Norm, you had said specifically Maple Street, there would be help for parents. What exactly did you mean when you said that?
I believe Amy would probably be the best, to answer that question regarding communications with the parents in that part.
Yeah, certainly we would be looking to reach out to the families that would need the type of supervision that you're talking about, as long as we have the staff available to be able to offer that at the school during the school hours. And as I mentioned earlier, we're also continuing our partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, and they'll be offering after school care as well.
Would that be on site, Amy, or would that be having to bus to a third location?
The Boys and Girls Club?
As it were. Yeah.
The Boys and Girls Club works out of our cafeteria, and they also usually have a couple of classrooms, and that I don't foresee that changing. I actually think that they'll probably need to spread out a bit more in the building, depending on the number of families that sign up. The last time that I had checked it with Becca, we had about 25 families or so that were signing up for that.
So, and thank you for answering the question. I'm sorry for being a little emotional, but you can understand, I'm sure.
I understand.
The difference in the situation, because one child falls in the half-day program, one child falls in the 100% remote.
Mhm.
When you say that there could be some support there, I think it makes sense that the child who's already at school at Maple Street, they could potentially stay there. We already do the what's the name of the program?
Boys
The
and Girls
after
Club.
school.
No.
No, we do the other one.
Oh, Tween Home and School. Yep.
Is that going to be offered there, or would my student have to be bused to another location? And the child who learned remote and struggled, honestly, failed art class. I don't know how that happened, but failed art class. Would that child have a full day program available to them? I mean, I'm all for the necessary precautions, but really we do need to work. And so the support that I think tacit agreement that families in the town have made, and the expense that we bear as a community for this service, is that our children are provided a safe place to be during the day, and that it's just devastating to families not to have that support. And I'm also curious to know what science we're following here, but I guess that's a conversation for another day. I mean, is there going to be support for families in our situation?
I think that will be the next steps, as the superintendent has talked about, being able to identify the number of families that would need that level of supervision, and ensuring that we can provide it based on the staffing that we have. Of course, that's our goal. Our goal is to be able to provide support and supervision, just as you're talking about, and to partner with families so that they know that their student is safe and supervised during the school day.
Excellent. Thank you, Amy. And I want to let everybody on the call know that my wife is a nurse. She's on the front line of this. I wouldn't say she's been exposed. Actually, she's had no patients with COVID, so if you want to know boots on the ground, 0 cases, and she sees 7 to 10 patients a day. So, I mean, we don't just listen to the news, we look at our exact experience, and that this support goes for families like ours, where first responders have been out there throughout this whole thing. And so I thank you for your consideration. I thank the teachers who might be listening for their support and their courageousness in showing up to the classroom.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thanks. So next hand that's raised is Amber Spofford. Good evening, Amber. Thanks for joining us. Amber, if you're off mute, but we can't hear you. Give you one more minute. So Amber, we're not hearing you. So we'll come back. So keep your hand raised, and we'll try again in a few moments. And so next would be Terry Brio. Terry, thank you for joining us.
Hi there, Jim. I just was, I kind of want to echo a little bit what Jeremy said. I think, I wouldn't say this plan's a disaster. I would just say, I think it's going to be very difficult. I know a lot of, so I work at the clinic, I'm a physician, and we have staff very concerned about these half programs, half this, half that, and they're not getting their kids back in school because it's hard to hold a job. And you need to hold a job. And I think having the option of having kids have a place to go, I think you may find that all of a sudden what happens when you have, 100 kids who need that and you can't then supply that need. I think that is a very real possibility. I'm also very early on with the high school discussion. I hear a lot about the support for the group of students. I think I heard like 60 students who really need that extra support and they struggle. And I would say my daughter's a very good student. She really struggled with remote learning. And she actually just told me when she heard this plan, she's like, I don't want to go to school there. Can I move to Concord? Her brother's moving to Concord. She goes, can I kind of move with him and go to Concord because they're going back? She said, I can't learn this way. And this is a very high functioning 16-year-old girl who I worry about it. Like her math grade dropped. Did she still get a good grade? Yeah, but she couldn't learn it that way. And I think being a teacher myself, I teach doctors, but we know there's different styles of learning. People are visual, auditory, kinesthetic. I mean, you teachers, you all know this, but this really tailors itself to really auditory learning, and it's hard. I teach residents on Zoom right now, and I tell you, keeping them focused is really difficult. And so if this is going to be some long-term thing, like through cough and cold and flu season, I mean, we're looking till April just to get through that. And I do think our numbers are extremely low. I did hear Rob's, concern and potentially letting other people kind of be the petri dishes. I don't know. I'm worried about the rest of the kids. We have the group of kids who we know need extra support, but I think there are a lot of kids that you're not hearing from that need more than this and can't learn this way. Really struggling. Literally, my daughter's very upset right now and trying to think of what else she can do because she said, I cannot learn this way. And it's a detriment to our kids. I'm really happy to hear Harold Martin is honestly trying to do something for literacy and reading. That is so important. And I think the young kids really could, are struggling a lot, and we need to focus on them. We could really be down a bad path if we don't get our kids some education that's worthwhile soon. So I guess my other question is, I feel like this is probably the way it's going to go. Is there a plan for a reassessment? Like not saying, oh, we're going to wait until March, we're going to wait until April, we're going to wait until coughs are gone. Like, is there a way to reassess this mid-fall and say, how many kids are really struggling? Like what's happening? Like what is the risk benefit ratio here? And what are we losing out on? Because kids are going to lose a lot. We're losing a lot. We're losing a lot of social, emotional, we're losing education. And the other just little tiny piece with the remote learning in the spring, I know we said it was successful. Yes and no. I think if, we're going remote, teachers need to get a lot better at using the portal because it was kind of a black box mystery to me, what was happening. So if, I know they use Google Classroom a lot, but I had no idea what was happening, how she was doing. I didn't realize that she was doing worse in math, those type of things to try to get her some more supports. So I will stop talking.
Thank you, Terry. Steve, I don't know if you want to just touch on thoughts on assessment and how, like, if the team has thought about that.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to, I'm sure we talked about reporting regularly at every board meeting, but a meaningful substantive assessment, I think, as Terry said, around that time is perfectly appropriate to see where we are and see how we're doing with kids and the numbers of where we're at. So I think that has to be a meaningful part of what we're doing to be able to see, are we meeting the students and families' need with you?
And where are the COVID numbers at that time too? You know, how is the state doing and what's happening?
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate your comment and sticking with us.
thank you.
So next hand is Ian Tewksbury. Ian, thanks for joining. You have to unmute yourself. There we go.
My question is what, and if you don't know the answer tonight, that's fine. What would need to happen either in our town or the state to switch to a 50%, more of a hybrid type model? Or is it we're going to wait until there's a vaccine or something along those lines? And if you don't have the answer tonight, that's fine. And my other thought was, as far as the high school goes, and I believe Mr. Chamberlain said that one of the concerns at the high school was isolation if you had multiple patients that were having symptoms. And would it be possible to take an entire classroom and turn that into an isolation wing or something along those lines? Maybe not for September, but in November, if we go to a hybrid or something along those lines. That was the suggestion that I had. So I'm not looking for answers tonight, but I wanted to at least ask those questions and give those suggestions.
Great, thank you, Ian. And I think it is important. We've been talking a lot about how we go backwards, or not even backwards, but how we go from in school to distance learning. But we also should think about what the opposite is. Is there ways to bring more students back if we see risks being lowered? I don't know how we do that, but that's probably something good to think about. All right, next hand that's raised is Lauren O'Connor, I apologize. Lauren, thank you for joining.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. So first, thank you for sticking around for a lot of folks to be able to ask questions. I really appreciate that. I guess I just start out by saying, absolutely, Jeremy and Terry, largely spot on. I've been working, as well as my husband, who's a first responder, and I work in a hospital. It's not possible. We can't stay home. My daughter, thoroughly behind, much behind, totally failed at distance learning. She needs to be identified. That's not going to happen this fall. It's a big concern. I am very worried about how Concord, Kearsarge, Peterborough area, Manchester, they can all figure out how to get everybody back in-house, but we can't. It's very concerning. Our numbers, gravely low comparatively. Yes, sure, they could spike. They could spike everywhere, hands down. That's a reality. We don't know. It's a what if, it's a scary, scary thought, right? However, I just want to know how working families are going to be supported, because I think you're going to be shocked to find out how many people are going to need the support. And I'm worried that we're at August 6th and we don't have a solid grasp on that yet, because childcare in and of itself, it's a challenging dynamic, right? It takes its own things to work out and to work on. So I guess I'm really nervous. I'm nervous about how this is going to go.
Well, thank you for your comments. I'm nervous as well. And so that's honest. I think we all are. So we're trying our best, but we appreciate your comments, and we're going to continue to work on this and find ways to support, all the families that need the support as best we can.
So is there, just curious, is there, has other districts, have you guys consulted other, local districts that have high numbers, how they've managed, to make it happen?
Steve, do you want to address sort of your work with other districts and how?
Sure. We meet weekly with regional districts, and everybody talks about their plans. Some districts are going full remote from the very beginning. Some are doing some hybrid, 2 days a week. Some are trying to push in with 100% based on their facility and their numbers in the space that they have. Lauren, it is all over the map. That some of the biggest districts in the state are going full remote from the first day, and so it is a wide variety, and everybody's looking at their own facilities and their own way to implement the state guidelines safely. But yeah, it's all over the map.
Thank you, Lauren. And we'll have more information in the next week as we move forward. And I guess maybe Steve, as we think about next week and Q&A sessions, it may be good to just spend a little time unpacking the facilities, because I know we went through it today, like why certain things aren't possible because of sort of our facilities and the space we have. But it may be good to unpack that a little bit more for the community, because I do think it's an important, each district is different and each district has different buildings and capacity, but it may be good for us all to understand the limitations of our facilities and how that impacts the plans that we put together.
I think Concord's actually just tonight doing this exact same thing that we're doing. I think their meeting got pushed off a couple times, so they're having their school board meeting and unveiling their plan as well.
But thank you, Lauren. I really appreciate the comments and concerns. So next hand up was Caitlin and Michael Rollo. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for having us. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to quickly echo some of what's been said earlier. And I also want to thank Mr. Netto, because he seems to be the only one who's really considering starting a little later, which seems to be the more rational thing for me, in my mind. We have Labor Day coming up. We'll have a huge influx of out-of-state tourists. We don't know what's going to happen after that. We've just had 18,000 people over in Loudoun for a race this past weekend. We don't know what's going to happen with that in the next coming weeks. Yeah. So I'm a little concerned by all that. I'm actually very appalled at the thought that we think it's going to be okay for 8-year-olds to be in Harold Martin School for a couple of hours a day, because my experience with my 8-year-old is that she's not going to wear her mask. She's not going to social distance. And I don't think she's any different than any other 8-year-old. And she needs the extra help. But her life is worth a lot more to me than sending her into that petri dish for 2 hours a day. And I'm truly appalled that you're even considering doing that. I mean, you're all meeting remotely this evening. When are you going back to meeting in person? Are you going to start? If you're opening those schools, you better all be meeting in person, because you're putting our children's lives at risk. And it's not just their lives. They're going to come home. They're going to see their grandparents. They're going to see their neighbors. You're putting everyone else around us at risk. And for what? It's their lives. I mean, it's all of our lives. And it's a lot more important than keeping that schoolhouse open a couple of hours a day. So I will stop there. Hopefully you'll be able to come up with something a little better in the coming weeks. But I am very disappointed too that it's August 6th and you're just finally releasing a plan tonight. I mean, it's long. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Next hand that was raised is Emily Gula. Is Emily with us?
Sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Hi,
Emily.
Hi, thanks. I have 2 students in Harold Martin, and I want to thank you all for putting together a plan. I know this is a hard time for everybody. And I think at this point we had this idea that fall would come, summer would be over, and this would be gone. And we know it's not. So I think a lot of us are dealing with a lot of that right now, and the realization that this isn't ending. So what do we do now? My wonder is, at Harold Martin, if somebody does test positive, a teacher say, will those students that have to quarantine be shifted to the remote learning? Like, is there a plan for shared maybe lesson planning, or even in the middle school or high school, if somebody does get sick, that learning could continue, remotely.
So I think I asked a similar question of the superintendent. I think if that does happen, then it would be a remote learning environment for those students.
And would they all be with that remote learning teacher then? The one that was assigned? Like, would that mean that teacher would have 30 kids now versus 15?
So I don't know if you want to take so if it was one that was cohorted in person and then that cohort had to go out, then that teacher could remain servicing those same kids, because that would be that assignment, assuming that the person was healthy enough and could continue delivering instruction depending on the impact of the test.
Okay, thanks. And I just want to say also that for teachers, as a former teacher myself, they don't want students to fail. So I just want to be supportive of teachers that this past spring I know was very hard for them as well. And I trust that they want the best for students as well. And if I know the former teachers that I knew, that they're working really hard right now to try to make this next school work for students as well. So just want to say supportive of our school staff too. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate your comments. Next hand is Candy Garvin.
Good
Candy,
evening,
welcome.
my friends. I would not trade places with any one of you for any amount of money. That being said, thank you for all your hard work. This is not an easy road. As Andrea said a while back, it doesn't matter what decision we make, it's going to be wrong for some people. Being a former school nurse, however, I need to agree with Rob and when Jim was talking to, and I've even heard Steve have lots of concerns about what's going to happen when we bring the kids back. If most of the kids can go to Harold Martin, you have construction going on. Is your nurse actually going to be able to diagnose a cough from construction or, other things? Nurses can't diagnose. And if you have one nurse in one school, or if you bring all 3 of the building nurses there, you may not have room to isolate well enough to wait for parents who need to work. And that's why the kids are going in school, not only to learn, because that's the kids' job. You have to wait for them to come. And sometimes they work in a different state. So there is no good answer. My suggestion would be that you do wait. You wait, as Rob said, to see what things are happening. Maslow's hierarchy is the basic need: food, shelter, warmth, care, concern. You go higher up, and that's where we have education. I was in it for a while. I loved it, but I wouldn't want kids sick. I wouldn't want staff sick. And then have you all have the same people who want their kids to come to school. And I'm not trying to disparage them at all. It's a whole new world. You have to go, you have 2 parents who work, and they have to work. In the olden days, when one of our kids got sick, Gary took a day off and I took a day off. I understand it's a little harder now. It's probably a lot harder. And I have concerns for those families. I have concerns for the school system that wants to provide childcare for those parents who have to work. Remember what schools are for. It's to educate, also to support students, but it's not a daycare. And I know that people are going to be scratching their heads and seeing me and being very upset. But that's what families are for, and communities are here to offer assistance, not take the place of parents. You are school people. Make sure that you make the decision that's best for your students who are going to stay healthy. I thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Good luck. If you need any more, you just give me a call.
Thank you, Candy. Appreciate your comments.
Thanks.
As always. Next up is Christopher Spofford. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Is this Amber from earlier?
It is. Sorry.
Awesome. No, I'm glad to get you.
So I'd like to echo other people's comments. I really appreciate you guys putting together a plan that's thoughtful and having our kids' safety as your number one concern. A couple of questions that I had is, first, I think I echo Jeremy and Lauren's concerns about the half day with kind of the full risk with the cleaning in between. And I worry about parents who have split kids. We have 2 kids in Harold Martin and 1 in Maple Street. And I think it will be really difficult to coordinate schedules that way. I want to make sure that our decisions are based on public health knowledge and not fear-based. And we, as a physician, had the opportunity to have a WebEx with Dr. Fauci on Monday. And one of the biggest things that came out of that meeting was that we really need to think about school reopening based on number of cases. And with Hopkinton having 0 active cases, I don't think that we will ever be in a better position to reopen schools. And I think that the longer we wait, the more we're going to get into flu season. And my prediction, and I think most people's prediction, is that we're going to have kids in school for a few weeks, maybe a few months, and then go all remote. And so devil's advocate is, I love that you have the opportunity and the resources available for parents who choose remote learning. But I'd like for us to expand the opportunity for parents who would like to have their kids at school. Is it possible to start school on time and see what happens? What happens in our town may be very different than other towns, right? And the reason that the South is surging right now is because it's very warm weather and people are stuck inside, and that's what's driving the community spread. When we delay school, we're going to get into colder weather and we're not going to have the opportunity to be outside. So I think we just have to be creative about how we're going to isolate people and how we're going to do this. But I'd really like for there to be some thought about families who have kids in multiple schools and how are we going to juggle that? It would be nice to have a unified plan per family.
Amber, thank you for your comments. And it's good food for thought, I think, as the team continues to work on this. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Next hand I have raised is Catherine Madio. Catherine, hold on one second. There you go. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Catherine Madio, 108 Park Ave. Just calling in to say I can't speak for Harold Martin because I don't have kids there, but I do have kids at Maple Street in the high school. And I had a wave of relief wash over me when I heard that it was going to be remote. You guys know that I've been kind of following this very, very closely. And I kind of have an experience that's sort of opposite from maybe what you've heard before. This year was actually the first year that my son didn't fail something. Both of them actually thrived quite well with the remote learning. Surprisingly so, because I was very worried about that. I think the Google Guardian option for parents is going to be a great way for parents that felt like they were in the dark or felt like they weren't getting the info they needed on Aspen. And it makes the teachers' lives a heck of a lot easier too because it's automated, right? So if you have to submit something through Google Classroom and the student doesn't submit it, the parent gets an email at 4 p.m. and says, this is missing in this class. And it helped me keep my son more accountable from home than I was able to in a regular learning setting. But until we have a vaccine, I think this is what everyone in the country is going to be dealing with. And I think you guys looked at our town in our district and you did, what you think you have to do to make it safe. And again, I can't speak for Harold Martin because I don't have children there, but as far as Maple Street and the high school goes, I'm really relieved that this is the direction you guys are going in. Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine, for your comments and for sticking with us so long. Appreciate it. Next hand I have up is Sarah Kelsey. Hi, Sarah. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And echoing many of my community members, thank you so much for your time, for your effort, for the thought and the careful consideration that went into all of this. I am feeling relief tonight knowing that there's some plans that I can start to think about, but to be honest with you, I made my plan about a month ago. For me and for my family, for the situation that I am in, my rising fourth grader going into Maple Street School will not be going back into a classroom. I'm really relieved to hear that there's going to be an option, a virtual option for him. But knowing how he experienced the virtual option last year, it's not ideal for him. As we've all mentioned, you know, that virtual learning isn't necessarily ideal either. So my question is twofold. The first is recognizing that I am in a situation where I can make this choice for my child and for my family, and that there are a lot of parents, especially single parents out there, who can't make that same choice. So I'm really happy to be able to say, if a seat needs to be opened up in this concept of Maple Street giving opportunity to families that want to opt in for some support, I'm happy to know that my kid can not take that seat, because I think there are a lot of working families that are going to need some of that help. The other piece is for families like mine, where we do choose to do that virtual learning. What kinds of supports are we going to be offered for accommodating our kid if the computer screen isn't the way that they learn? So how can we really support them in a way where they learn virtually, but maybe having a computer screen for 3 or 4 hours is not going to be the ideal. So thinking about that as you build out this virtual option, that's really the piece that I wanted to voice. And thank you so much for everything you're putting into this. I know there's no one right answer.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And that's a good comment. And I know the team has been thinking about that. And so we'll keep building on it, but appreciate your time and for your comments. So the next hand is Elric. Hi, thanks for joining.
Hi, Jim. Thank you very much. It's Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Thank you, everybody, for the ability to speak tonight. Well, when we started tonight, I really was going to come out with some thoughts and opinions about remote versus in-person learning. And while I think in-person would be best for my kids, it seems like as a board and as a town, we're kind of heading towards virtual learning. So my concern at this point, then moving forward from here, would be on the content at the high school level. Last year during the spring, and the same schedule is going to be this fall, with the Wednesdays being an enrichment and a makeup day. It was referred to by many students that I had spoken to as their day off. And while I know it was important to some for catching up, there were plenty of kids that probably could have used that for more enrichment. I wish Chris and Rebecca were still here, but I would encourage the high school leadership to be a little more creative in how they use Wednesdays. There's classes that was missed. There's content in classes that they would have to catch up on this fall that they missed in the spring. Many classes, such as math comes to mind, foreign languages. Math is more of a personal story for our kids, but there's a continuum of the curriculum throughout middle school all the way up through high school. Chris is there. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Rebecca. Oh, great. So that continuum, there is an end goal. There's an end goal of reaching to a certain point when the kids graduate, and they, in my son's case, if they are looking to catch up from the spring and will lose ground because they have less instructional time this year, I just don't see how the curriculum can be caught up. So I think again, just looking at Wednesdays and really trying to be a little more creative about that would be helpful. And my second thought about the high school, and I know Steve had mentioned the two big roadblocks were the quarantine space, and I know Ian Tewksbury touched on that, and the staff and getting staff comfortable and safe in the building, and having enough staff to support that. And I certainly see that as a concern, and wouldn't want anybody coming in if they weren't comfortable working with our kids or working around them. One of the districts that I'm contracted into through my job has kind of looked at they are going back fully remote, but they're looking at a remote teaching model, whereas the teachers that are not comfortable coming back are actually teaching their class that's in person in their classroom, that has an aide in their classroom. They're not going fully remote. They're going fully back in person, not fully remote. They are teaching kids in classrooms from their house. So almost like a picture of the iPad robot in the front of the classroom walking around, but they're teaching their kids. So again, just encouraging the board and the leadership to be creative going forward, and looking at some of the deficits that were created in the spring, and trying to make up for those, if not and avoid compounding those as we go forward. Thank you for my time.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you very much. Really appreciate the comments, and good for us to think about. Appreciate it. Next hand is Melissa White. Hi, Melissa. Good evening. Thanks for sticking with us.
Great. Thank you for this opportunity. So in looking at the plan with 2 children going into Harold Martin, when you have 2 parents that are working full time and that are required to work out of the house, there's no working in the home option. The half-day model is not working. There's only one other school district in the entire state that is also looking at doing this model, and having a lot of feedback from their residents. They've decided that they're reevaluating that, because the half-day model is such a hardship, not only for working parents, but if you have a single parent household, the idea that a parent can just run out and drop their kids off and then work for an hour and then come back and pick them up and try to work remotely the rest of the day, it is not really feasible. Whereas a remote model that is 2 to 3 days, at least parents can try to plan for that. A half-day model really caters to the option of having a stay-at-home parent, or at least one stay-at-home parent. So I'd like the board to consider that. The other thing that I wanted to bring to light is that when you're looking at private schools across the state, charter schools across the state, they are all, for the most part, able to provide a simultaneous, full immersed model where students can be in the classroom while also providing remote instruction. Private schools tend to make significantly less than our public school teachers, yet they're able to provide a simultaneous remote and instruction model, full class immersion model. So my question is, why are we not able to provide that? Maybe a little bit over 1,000 students. This is not a very large district. Looking at other models, for example, Goffstown, when they're providing their model, they're looking at a phased-in model. So they're looking at the cases of actual COVID within their town, and then basing their instructional models from their K-12 based on what the cases within their town look like. And so at times it could be all students being fully within the classroom, with the remote instruction model being available to those families that prefer to not send their students in and not have that risk, or if they have family members or students that might be at high risk, that remote option is available for them while simultaneously being able to provide the instruction model within the classroom. And then if that changes and there's more cases within the community, then their model shifts. There's phases. I think they have about 5 phases that they're looking at. And that is a very successful model that school districts across the country are actually using, and one that we at the Department of Education have guided districts to look at, because it is a very successful model so far. So that's the piece that I wanted to bring to light, to have you take a look at. Very, very few districts. I think I've only have one other school that we've seen that are using the model of that Maple Street model. It's highly unusual. I think a couple of people have used in some chosen words about how crazy it seems, but I think the board needs to take a look at that. The expectation that 4th graders through 12th graders can be completely remote without any type of direct instruction is not feasible. I think that if you have some students that thrive upon that model, it's important to support that model. But looking at those needs of those students, it really does not work for a majority of our students. And so with a 1,000 student school district, I think we have the capability to provide the needs to those students with the amount of teachers that we really have on hand. And so those are a couple of issues that I wanted to point out. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it. Amanda Gilman. Good evening, Amanda. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Fantastic. I'm just plugging in. Okay, first, thank you all so very much for that countless hours, including this moment at 9 o'clock at night that you've put into this. To start, I would like to echo Amber Spofford in that I hope the response to this was based on science. And as I work in healthcare as well, on the so-called front line, I take care of COVID patients. I know very well what the science says. And Amber summed it up very well. There is no better time for our kids to be back in school right now. And in-person learning, that's what our kids need. That's what our parents need. And that is the rational science-based argument. And it's not the emotional fear-based rationale. What I don't think people understand is that this plan for remote learning and partial days, it does 2 very negative things that are big picture items. And I'm talking macro here, not micro. One, it furthers the socioeconomic divides in this country. Those that can afford it will either change to private school, begin homeschooling, or hire tutors to cover the off days, or to take care of their kids while they're at work and help them get through the schooling process. Because as the last caller just mentioned, kids in 4th through 12th grade, especially 4th, 5th, and 6th, need hand-holding. They need instruction. They need a parent there at their side to help them through this. And the kids that don't have this are going to fall further behind. So the kids that don't have the IEPs, however, the kids that I think the school, from my understanding, has done a very good job in helping kids, the underserved, kids who need the extra help that are already on their radar. But what this plan doesn't allow for are the kids who aren't on your radar, the kids who were formerly great students who will fall behind in what is their current level. Kids who used to love school that no longer love school. And it becomes a power struggle and a battle in the family to get the kids to do the work that they need to do, that teachers were so great at motivating their kids to do in person. For the other issue is, my concern, is somebody else mentioned, is the makeup day. For the kids who are at the other end of the spectrum, who don't need the extra support, they don't need that makeup day. They need extra work. I think I had a conversation with Mr. Carrozza at one point, and he said, well, there's an argument that kids who have struggles need a lot of extra help to reach their full potential. And if you remember, Mr. Carrozza, my argument back was, well, the kids at the top end of the spectrum need a lot of extra help, perhaps, to reach their full potential. And the kids at the other end here or in the middle are getting missed and they're getting lost. And that's the big picture that I feel is getting passed over here. So I personally am devastated, both for my child, my other children, my financial income, and other families' incomes, and the ramifications from that. And I really would like to know and understand the factors that led to this decision. So I would like to know who I can talk to in depth, so I can wrap my head around this further, the supporting data, especially the science-based data that went into these decisions.
Thank you, Amanda.
Who can I follow up with?
I think I was about to ask that question for you. Steve, who's best for Amanda to follow up with?
Amanda, I'd love to talk with you. I'd appreciate the opportunity to talk with you next week about the process we've used and learning from you and the science and stuff, because I'd look forward to it.
So would I, Steve. And so I, as much as I would love to talk to you about it, and I think you'd be a great resource, I kind of thinking we need to I would like to speak to perhaps some school nurses, because I do have some concerns about the state regulations and your abilities or lack thereof, as you proposed, lack of ability to fulfill the state regulations. So
Amanda, can I just suggest you start with Steve? And then you guys can work it out rather than debate it here.
And thank you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate it. So next is Jennifer Blagriff. Hi, Jennifer. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, this is Jennifer Blagriff for 716 Hopkinton Road. I was just calling in to just express my concern about the half-day option at Harold Martin. I would love to go back to my part-time job, and that option will not really work. So luckily I have the ability, we can make that work financially, but I know there's probably many families in town that cannot make that work. I was expecting the board to be presented with a hybrid model, which would be, 2 days of a week. And I was, that I could make work. I could work, 1 or 2 days a week, make that work with the baby's daycare. So just this half-day model, I just am so concerned for parents that were, hoping to be able to work, 2 days. And then my other concern about the half-day model is the buses and the cleaning of the buses. And I'm really concerned that wasn't taken into account. And it sounds like, there wasn't a plan for those buses to be cleaned. My kids I wouldn't be having them take buses, but there are many families in town that would have to have their children take the buses. And, those buses need to be cleaned in between students. So that was kind of alarming to me. And then, so I just want to, state that I agree with Miss Melissa White that half-day model at Harold Martin just seems like that's going to be really difficult for working families. So like I said, our family would be able to make that work, but there are many families that can't. And then the 4th through 6th grade, I'm a little bit confused about that plan, because I think that many families are going to want their kids in school. So it seems like there's an option for families to allow their kids to go in school. So I guess my question for Amy Doyle is, would that be them just on the computer with the remote learning teacher, or would they be getting instruction from a teacher in the school?
Our primary, hi Jen, our primary instruction model would be remote. And so what I would envision are students that are there on a Chromebook in a particular area. I was in there at school today looking at some of the spaces and trying to imagine what it might look like, cohorts of kids assigned to particular classrooms in particular areas. And then if there are students that receive services, those services could be in person, but the core of their instruction would be remote, provided by classroom teachers.
Okay, yeah, that's how I interpreted it. I just wanted to make sure. And then I just wanted to bring up just another thing about, tween school and home and Boys and Girls Club being open, is that we have a spot between school and home for, our kids. And I was comfortable with them being there, a couple hours after school potentially. But I can't see them being there from, 11:30 until 5:30 at night in a big open gym. I feel like my kids would be safer in a classroom. I just think the risk, I don't know, I just think there may be more risk in the community to having large groups of kids in a cafeteria. I know it's not being run by the school, it's being run by an outside agency, but I don't know. I think that is more risky to have a ton of kids in a gym. And I'm sure, they're going to take every precaution necessary, but it's a lot different than having kids, sitting at their desks in a classroom. So I just wanted to throw that in there, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate your comments and your
Thanks.
thoughts. Next hand is Greg Sagris.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My question primarily relates around, especially with next weekend's budgetary voting. What I'm not hearing a lot of is if we're not having people really at Maple Street or the high school, how do you anticipate this affecting the budget with really not operating with a cafeteria staff, bus driving there, any kind of thing like that? What could we expect to see going back towards the bottom line?
I don't know, Steve, if you want to answer that, I have some thoughts too, but.
Sure. Regarding, we will be providing lunches at all our schools because we will have kids in the schools. And I don't know if Craig, if you're talking about, was the other one buses? We will be having bus runs as well in our schools.
Well, with food being provided, but for such a limited amount of students, especially at the high school, from the sounds of it, would it not make more sense to provide all food from just one single location? Instead of staffing and food waste and everything else from multiple different operations.
Right. I agree. We may be creating, depending on the numbers that we get, creating it one place and delivering it to the others. And that certainly could impact staffing. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment. And then I'm a little, there we go. Julie Zahn. Hi, Julie.
Hi, can you hear me?
You sure can.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. This has been a really hard conversation for me and I'm super emotional. So I apologize if I get a little teary. But I have two amazing kids who go to amazing schools in Hopkinton and they love their teachers and they love their friends. And unfortunately, this year did not work for them remotely. I was very sad because I have two kids who love school and just completely they just suffered. It was horrible. I was trying to work full time. My husband was trying to help with the elementary school. And it just didn't work. And I'm really nervous. I work for an institution of higher ed. When we went remotely, the moment we went remote, we sat 2 times a week and talked about plan A, B, and C. It is August 6th, and I am appalled that this is the first time we are having this conversation. I'm going to be completely honest, and I'm trying really hard not to be disrespectful. But I am sitting here watching all of you taking notes and staring and participating. And Steve, I am very upset with the lack of engagement. My son walked by and asked why you were texting, why you weren't taking notes. And I am just very upset that this is where our schools have come to. We are a great community and we have men and women who are educating our children, loving our children. And I am sad and I'm very disappointed. And I want to know why it's August 6th. And this is the first time we're having this conversation. And I would like to see more engagement in men and women who have come on here to ask questions because like me, they are worried about their children. And at the end of the day, for the parents who decide not to send their kids to school, that was a hard decision for them to make. For the parents who want to send your kids to school, that is a hard decision to make. And I respect every single one of you, but I need to see more leadership I need to see more engagement, and I want a better plan. I'm very disappointed. And I would like to, I really hope that there is a model. And you know what, Bill Carosa, kudos to you for coming with 3 different plans. You know, it might not work for some, it might work for other, but you thought outside the box. And I appreciate that. And I really hope that others will do the same.
Thank you, Julie, for your comments. I would just say that I've only known Steve Chamberlain to be fully engaged on this. Steve has been leading not only the task force, but he's been leading the thought process on how we're moving forward. And so I think to say Steve isn't engaged, I think is unfair to say. It's and it's also 9:30 at night. And this, you know, Steve's been leading a school district. He's been leading this back to school task force. He's been leading our budget discussions. He's been leading a finance committee. He's been leading a building committee project. And so this isn't to defend Steve Chamberlain, it's just to state the facts that Steve is an incredibly engaged administrator and leader of this district. And this isn't the first time. The task force has been working on this project for weeks. I don't know how many meetings they've had, but it was laid out at the beginning of this presentation. The Hopkinton School District isn't behind other school districts. We just heard that Concord's laying out their plans. There's many school districts that are figuring this out in real time, and we are one of them. So I understand the frustration and I understand the anxiety that we're all facing, but I think it's unfair to say that some people are engaged and some people aren't, or that the school district hasn't been fulfilling its obligations and responsibilities, because we are, and we're trying to move forward as best we can with the information we have. So I appreciate it. I just wanted to state that. So the next hand that I have up is, let's see, Bob Matteo. And I do want to just let people know that, you know, this isn't the only opportunity we're going to have. There's going to be many opportunities to provide questions, make comments in the weeks ahead. And so that's not to say that you're going to lose your ability to do it. I just wanted to let people know that this isn't the final time for these types of comments. Bob, thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone. I had a couple of questions, really, I think, hopefully brief. And I missed part of the Q&A earlier. I had stepped out for the presentation, so you may have addressed these already. The first question I had was, how quickly are we able to roll back if we had to, if the town had to go to remote learning completely? Like, how quick could you flip the switch to be able to do that? Because it seems like, you know, most of New England anyway has to have that preparation. It looks like we're there. I'm just wondering, you know, how long it would take if the circumstances arise for us to go completely remote with everything for all schools, if that is deemed necessary. The second question I had was, and you may have addressed this too, so forgive me if you have, we're looking at PSATs this year, and I don't know if that's been addressed. Are the kids going to be able to do that? Is that still on schedule? I just kind of missed that. So if you could shut that out. That's all I had. Thanks for the time, everyone.
Thanks, Bob. So Steve, you did address the PSAT question, and I don't remember the answer. So I don't know if you wanted to.
We'll be having SATs and PSATs in person following the social distancing guidelines throughout the school. And I do believe, Bob, that we can move pretty quickly to full remote. If we had to, we'll have that preparation ready to go.
Awesome, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. And I believe the last hand that hasn't spoken is it, I'm gonna get the name wrong. I apologize. Jayab Owen.
Yeah, it's actually Joab.
Oh, I was close. I apologize.
Brockway Road. So I've listened to a lot of the comments and a lot of the thoughts, and as a parent and as a teacher in another district, I have a lot of different feelings about it too. Of course, safety is by far on everybody's mind, but we also went through quite a rough time with our youngest child here. We have two students in school now, one Maple Street and one in the high school. And we were both there, my wife and I, to support him. And he still had a lot of trouble staying engaged and being challenged and missing his face-to-face time with his peers and with his teacher. And it was really shocking to me to hear you guys hear the proposal of going all remote. I was on the committee at John Stark, and we struggled with this as well. And we are going to go with a hybrid model, and we'll have a remote day on Mondays, and then we'll have alternating based off of alphabet split Tuesday and Wednesday, and then the same group will come back Thursday, Friday. And I think, you know, there's no perfect situation, but I think that getting face-to-face time with my students is critical to even have a chance at when we go remote. Because we may go remote, maybe we won't, but there's a pretty good chance that as the flu season picks up and all of our other challenges that we face as schools with sick kids and things, with the COVID, we could go remote again. So we need to have the face-to-face time to have a continuity, to have a chance to develop a rapport with students, to even have a chance to be successful remote. Because I lost so many students who just shut down for one reason or another at the high school level because there's no supervision at home, no support at home. Parents are working 2 different jobs or multiple jobs, or there's multiple kids competing for attention from their parents. There's so many challenges with that. I know that it's very risky, and I appreciate the concern for getting sick. I get that. I have old parents. They're aging. I'm very concerned about bringing it home to them. I'm concerned about being sick. I'm concerned about having to do subplans, or what happens if I'm out sick and I can't do subplans? What happens to my students? Those are all real risks, but I'm willing to take that risk because I think teaching face-to-face is so critical. We don't have the perfect model that's going to work at John Stark either. There may be some problems, but I think that face-to-face is really critical. Even if Hopkinton does that as a few of the other parents that have spoken up and people have spoken up about, maybe it only lasts 2 weeks, maybe it lasts a month, maybe we can go the whole year. Who knows? We don't really know. I think we have very low cases in Hopkinton. It's a lower risk than other places. There's many other risks, of course, but I think we should entertain the idea of going back to school in some fashion for the safety and the sake of our kids and our families.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I can go on and on, but those are some of my big thoughts.
Appreciate
Thank you very
it.
much. I appreciate the challenges that all of you are facing with this.
Well, thank you. And thank you for your thoughts. And Melissa Namath?
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Hi, Melissa.
Okay. Hi, good evening. So I just wanted to echo a lot of other comments that have been made. And one being, obviously I know there is a ton of work that has to go into this and a lot of considerations that have to be made. But I too am a little concerned with the timing of this and the fact that it's just being brought to the school board and the public on August 6th with the initial start to school date of August 31st. I mean, even if this was something that had been brought before and was voted on tonight to get any plan implemented, it seems like it would be a little bit difficult to make in that time frame. So it feels like it's at this point a foregone conclusion that the start of school is going to be pushed back by a couple of weeks. I feel like it would have been better had this been brought sooner and folks had more time. I also share the concerns about what it's going to look like. I will have one child that's going to be at the middle high school this year, and hearing that they're not quite sure, what the remote is going to look like. And, building out any kind of infrastructure. The comments that Michelle White made, I had heard similar things to her happening in other districts where the teacher can be in the classroom. The students would have the option to be in the classroom or be remote, but have that instruction in real time so that everyone was getting that same education, because it feels like if there was going to be remote and some in person, that there's a lack of engagement, and there's a lack of continuity in the education that the kids are receiving. So if it's going to have to be remote, I'm in favor of doing a hybrid model, but especially if it's going to have to be all in remote, I would really look forward to something like that, and really having a schedule to help hold kids accountable, that it's not that they're just able to do these classes whenever, that they do these like it was a regular school. I think someone else had mentioned that. And my other concern is I do have children in Harold Martin as well, and I'm very concerned about the half day for a variety of reasons that have been mentioned by a lot of other people, but I'm also concerned about, with it only being 2.5 hours, the amount of educational instruction and what the kids are going to get out of that. And, are we going to be able to get our kids to the standards that they need to meet? So, as I said, I know there's a lot of things to consider, and this isn't easy for anyone, but those are some of the concerns that I have.
Thank you so much for those comments and sharing that, and for staying with us so late. So I really appreciate it. So those are all the hands I have up. And I think in the context of time, I'm not going to call on people a second time right now. So I'm going to end sort of the public comment for the time here on the back to school plan. I want to thank everybody for their patience and for sticking with us, and for their comments this evening. I guess before we leave the topic, I just want to, if there's any comments or anything anybody on the board would like to add or say at this point, now would be the time. If not, we'll sort of move on to the rest of our business agenda.
I just want to thank people for expressing their views. This has given me a lot to think about tonight. And I do just want to reiterate that this is the framework for a plan. This is not set in stone. And just highlighting again what Jim said, Concord is releasing their plan tonight. I know all the anxiety that we've all been living through for the past 5 months, this heightens everything. And so I think right now it feels really pressing. I've got kids in schools too, at Harold Martin and Maple Street. So I appreciate it. But, I look forward to continuing to work on this.
I'd just like that, there was a lot of concern about the timing. And I think you should know that the planning for this has, my understanding, has been going on for at least a month, maybe a little more than that. So it takes a long time for those things to happen. And, how that rolls out to the public, it's going to be, this is where we're at, and it wouldn't have been something that you do piecemeal. So I hope people understand that this isn't the first blush. This has been a lot of work by a lot of folks over the course of the last month in having to work remotely. So in a difficult situation. So I thank you to those people, and people have been doing their work. It's just unfortunate timing that we're in.
I want to thank the comments, from everyone tonight. In our world right now, this is a public crisis. What's happening? It's a scary time. It's important for us to look at data. Try to look at everyone's angle out there. Andrea had said, no, this is the first time the board's heard, this recommendation, and that's really important for the community to understand. They're hearing the proposal just like you. They got to digest it and also have some time to think about, just like our community. And your comments tonight, helped me, think of other questions, that I may come up with down the road. But real briefly, I just want to say, the committee, the Back to School Task Force really was a bunch of subcommittees that worked together to really try to come up with this plan. And we're not going to always agree on things, but in the end, we got to try and find a resolution, as 5 board members will decide. at some point. So I just, thank you for the comments. Thank you to the task force and everyone involved in that. It really was a lot of work, and I just want to make that clear.
I do hope that as we go forward with this discussion over the next several weeks, we do keep the tone positive. This is an awful situation. I am not happy about this situation. None of you are happy about this situation. This illness is cruel. Some have no symptoms. Others get really sick. Everyone's personal views, their employment situations, the amount of circumstances that fit each individual set of circumstances are varied. And I am respectful of everyone's opinion. I don't know what the right answer is, but as we talk about it, I hope that we can stay away from accusing people of not trying, accusing people of being disinterested, accusing people of not thinking about the greater good. I think everyone is thinking about the greater good and they see it differently, but I hope we can stay together, work together, and be respectful of one another and keep that positive tone for a decision that I'm not going to like, nobody's going to like. But, we've been dealt a really difficult hand and we're going to play it the best we can, and everyone is working hard at that.
Well, thank you all. I have nothing. You guys all said everything that I might say. So I appreciate all the hard work of everybody, and we have a lot of hard work ahead. And I think as a community, this isn't all on the administration. It's not all on the teachers. It's not all on the school board. This is all on us as a community. And so the only path forward is the path forward that we're going to do together, because none of us, the schools can't snap our fingers and make all of our, make the pandemic go away, make our employment situation different. We all have to do this together. And so it's hard. It's going to be very hard sledding. And we're just going to have to keep forging ahead and do the best we can. So I appreciate everybody's patience and thoughts. And with that, I am going to move us on the agenda. And our next item, our next couple items are some updates. And speaking of pressing issues, we do have a pressing issue coming up on Saturday the 15th, which is a vote on our budget, which we're already in the fiscal year without a budget. And so, so as everybody knows, and we've talked about it, I'll run through some logistics and then maybe ask Steve if there's other items that he wishes to chime in with. So logistically, we have a meeting on Monday that to present to the community the where we are and the proposal put forward by the board on the budget. We did a mailing that everybody in the community received. Thanks to all the volunteers and to Steve and Donna for really helping us get that out. And then we'll be opening electronic communications for folks who wish to provide comments or amendments to the proposed budget that's being put forward. Those are accepted through Thursday, at which time the board will then review those comments, and those comments, as our other ones, will be publicly available, as we did with other town meeting comments. They'll be accessible. And then the board, per the new statute that was signed into law, it's no longer the moderator's discretion, but it's the board discretions, what gets put onto the ballot for amendments. And so that decision will be made, I believe, on Thursday evening. And then on Friday, a ballot will be available for printing. And we all know how good we are now at drive-by voting. And so drive-by voting will be on Saturday at the high school. I believe using the same format that we used the second drive-by voting that we did. And that is all that information was contained in the mailing that went out. So maybe I'll pause there and ask Steve to fill in any blanks that I'm sure I left in that description.
No, I think you did great. That was the goal, is just to review all the process and make sure everything was ready for Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. So I think you did great.
Any questions or comments from the board on this one? So next week is going to be a busy week, as all of our weeks have been busy. So we'll have it's at 5:30 on Monday. Is that correct for the presentation? And then 5:30 on Tuesday for the back to school discussion. And then we'll be back at it on Thursday at 5:30. And then we don't really have a roll on Saturday, but I'm sure we'll all be paying attention. So busy week. Thank you all. Next on the agenda is an update from the Hopkinton Building Committee. And so Norm.
Yes, thanks, Jim. I'll be brief. So most importantly, on Monday, we have our breaking ground ceremony at 9 a.m. This board has been invited along with some other past board members that has been part of this project for many years. PPE, of course, and make sure you have closed shoes. You know, we want anything to happen at the construction site. Very excited to see this happen. I think you're going to be very pleased with that. Steve and I and HL Turner are working on having a live stream on Facebook in order for the community to be engaged in this ceremony. And we'll also have a video that will be recorded and uploaded for the community to see. So Monday's a big day. Harold Martin, 9 a.m. I'm looking forward to seeing all you guys attend this. Real quickly, we had a brief meeting this week regarding the project, and this meeting discussed additional adults for the project. And we basically went around the meeting, and each leader team, each principal talked about what they'd be looking for added on to the project potentially, just to kind of do a scope, you know, for us to look at regarding the additional cost structure. Probably the most important thing that this board needs to understand that I want to be a little clear about is there was make sure I get my notes here correctly. There was a misunderstanding between the construction side of work and soft costs when it comes to the FM radio, the FM systems. They weren't included in the beginning of the project. So what's happening now is that this is going to come out of the owner's contingency fund. We are committed to doing it. It is going to happen. It was just a oversight on this project, and we just want to be transparent with the board that they are committed to doing it. It is coming out of the owner's contingency fund, but that was one thing that was brought up to the meeting that was very important that needs to be addressed because it's what the town asked for in the bond, and we're going to get that done. Steve, did that come out correctly, or is a little more you want to add to that?
Nope, I think you covered it really well. Good job.
Okay. And that was our meeting. And when we get to the adults down the road, it will come to the board for you guys to discuss. We just wanted to be able to put a priority in it in order for us to review.
Great, thanks, Norm. Any questions for Norm? Norm and Rob too, thanks for all your work. Well, actually, most people here on this call. Thank you for all your work on the building project as well. It's great that it's moving forward in the way it is. So it's very exciting. So next agenda item is the finance committee update. And I'm not sure, is that Rob? Are you giving that?
Sure, and I'll try to be quick. So we met last week, and part one of our meeting was about unpacking revenue, talking about the various revenue streams. And I think the key takeaway from that was the variability of revenue. Some things are, pretty much set in stone in terms of what you're going to get from the town, but when it comes to things like Medicaid reimbursement, that might be less so, or in this year's case, state adequacy. So a little bit of a moving target with that. And then we spent a lot of time talking about fund balance, some basic fundamentals about how it comes about, the differences with the difference between assets and liabilities and where we end up at, the categories of fund balance. And, probably the question that most people are interested in was in terms of the additional 641,000 in state adequacy, how is that going to play out over the next budget cycle? And, the term that Steve and I both, or the question I asked Steve is it baked into the budget? And, the idea that it's not, because we didn't go out and spend any money. We used that money to offset the tax rate and to put additional funds into Article 10. So we are preparing for if those monies don't come through down the road by using it in a reasonable manner this year. So it was a really good conversation, and if you're interested in fund balance, it's all on video and you can watch that. when I get back from vacation, I will probably put together some question and answers that can go up on the website.
Can I say one thing real quick about that?
Please.
Rob, fantastic job on the presentation. Something to think about for the board down the road that I've been trying to wrap my head around is how we can implement maybe a glossary on these terminologies that we are coming up with at the Finance Committee, that if somebody wants to know what an unreserved fund balance is, they click on it and then come draw on. This is what it is. You know, the question about the 641,000, we make a glossary. There's Rob, you know, because I've been using these tools to send to people in the community. And if we have a way of linking it as a glossary of terminologies on explaining this budget, I think it's a great way of explaining to the community. And, you know, maybe down the road, it can be used in multiple formats. So something to think about for this board, a glossary of terms that, you know, Rob's our teacher in that sense, you know, help us with communicating that to the community.
Rob, it sounds like you have a new calling.
YouTube Live, baby. All you want to know about fund balance and more.
It'll be a hit.
It's maybe not at 9:54 at night, though.
It's like when
I like that
on policy. When you click on the policy, it brings up the policy. Have it be like that with, you know, these terminologies.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
That makes sense.
All right. Any questions for Rob? All right. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. So we have 3 policies up this evening for a second reading, and I don't know if who's best to speak to these this evening. I don't know if Steve or Seth or Andrea.
I unmuted myself.
Perfect.
So you can hear me. I mean, honestly, we've got a second reading of 2 of our, sorry, it's a little up by me right now. 2 of our policies. Oh, I just lost them. We've got our manifest hardship policy, not many changes there from the first reading, or no changes, I don't think. And our advanced coursework policy, again, we have no changes, but giving folks an opportunity to have a second read. Non-discrimination policy, we are still looking at that, and also working on pulling that into a plan as well that will have multiple policies all kind of flowing in together. I think that's really all I've got at 10 o'clock at night.
I think you did well.
Okay.
It might be a delay now in the third reading for the non-discrimination till the plan is fleshed out, because those will come together for the third reading.
Perfect. Any questions on any of those three policies in the second reading? All right. Well, thanks, Andrea, and thanks to the policy committee and Steve for putting those together and bringing them forward. So Steve, on the last thing you said, so we'll, at our next meeting, we'll have a third reading on 2 of the policies, and then we'll hold off on the non-discrimination.
You got it.
Okay, perfect. All right. So next item for this board discussion is under personnel. And so the first is an update on the superintendent search. And so Seth, I don't know if you have anything you want to update us on?
So I had sent our request for proposal to search firms to, I think 7 search firms. The due date is tomorrow. We've received proposals from 4 as of now. 1 I circulated that came electronically. I circulated to you earlier today. 3 are in writing, which is really how they were supposed to come. And there are copies in the SAU that you can all pick up a copy and review them. We'll see if we get any more. I think looking at them, they're essentially offering the same basic services with some slight differences. So we should be prepared. I mean, I know the agenda is very full, but at some point soon to decide, sort of who we want to go with. I'm going to call some references that are in some of the proposals to try to, see what else I can figure out. But we'll be in a position to make that decision pretty shortly, and then we can move forward.
Perfect. And Seth, is your vision to bring all the RFPs to us to sort of discuss, or do you want to bring?
I mean, I'll give you a recommendation, but if there are points that you find interesting that distinguish one from another that I don't find interesting, then we can talk about that. But they're not long proposals, so I will recommend one.
Perfect.
but-
And they're all going to be at the SAU office, so we should pick, if people are on their way by, they can pick them up.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
I think there was one more that came today, so.
Okay.
Any questions for Seth? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Seth. And then Steve, an update on enrollment?
Just real quick, kindergarten's at 67, sixth grade's at 65, and third grade's at 67. So just watching an update. Those are our three areas that we're watching pretty closely.
All right. And then the next item is acceptance of tuition students. And there's an action item associated with it. There was a memo that was in our non-public folder on this topic. And I guess if there are any questions, we should probably do the questions in non-public, I'd assume.
Yep.
And so I guess, is there any questions based upon the memo that Steve sent? Or are folks ready to vote on that as an action item? I think I see shaking of heads, but I think that means they have no questions. All right, so folks are ready to vote on it as an action item? All right, perfect, thank you. It's hard to read body language sometimes. And with that, the last item on the agenda is some financial items. And so Steve, I don't know if you want to walk us through those four.
Sure. So the first one is a budget transfer. So this happens at the end of the year as we reconcile the books. There was a $148,000 deficit in food service. So there were transfers made to cover that. And those were listed in 2020-05. There was transfers related to the board's decision to purchase technology as part of the fund balance work. So we transfer money into the technology account to make those purchases. The third one is that's a notice that we finished the Maple Street School Control and Security Camera project, and so we're requesting a payment from the state, and just this requires a notary. And so, as I think I wrote about in board notes, if we can go by the town hall on Monday. Sometime I will work with Deb over the town hall. Michelle usually does it, but she needs to be notarized as well. So you can't notarize your own signatures. So if it works, I'll have the documents over at the town hall. Do you think that will work to get everybody to come by the town hall at some point on Monday?
Yeah, and if folks are going to be at the groundbreaking, perhaps they can go to town hall afterwards or beforehand and sign those, which might work out.
And then the last one, I asked Michelle, there isn't any significant update, which is a good thing in the audit world, which means there wasn't any great exceptions or notices. The audit is just about completed and we will have a report, but they've been doing a remote audit, and Michelle and Lori and the office manager have been supporting, and Karen have been supporting that, but the audit is complete.
Great, that's good news. Any questions on any of those items for Steve? All right, seeing none. And so I know we've done this a lot, but it's on the agenda. So it's gonna do our last public comment. If there's anybody left, and there's probably people left still watching us, who wish to provide public comment, now would be a time. And I guess my only request would be, if you have public comment on the back to school, to hold those until Tuesday. But if there's other public comments that people wish to give, you can go down to the bottom of your screen and hit raise your hand. I'm not seeing any. All right, and so not seeing any hands raised, I'm going to close public comment. And we'll move into action items. And if people just bear with me 1 second, I'll get myself ready. All right, so is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve the list of tuition students as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes, and so that is approved. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve budget transfer 2020-5, $65,312.70 to cover the
Jim,
2000?
Jim, I apologize. The food service is 148,610 and the technology is 65,312.
Oh, they were switched around. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize.
No problem. I just want to make sure we get it right. So I'll reread it so everybody has it. So is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve budget transfer 2020-5, $148,610.86 to cover the 2019-2020 food service deficit?
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. Is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve budget transfer 2020-6 for $65,312.70 to support the purchase of technology?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. And finally, is there a motion for the Hopkinton School Board to accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve the request for payment from the New Hampshire Public Infrastructure Fund for the MSS Access Control System and Security Camera Project?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Real quick, Steve, what was the percentage we're getting reimbursed on that? Was it 80%?
It might be 70-30 for info.
Okay, yeah, I just want.
But it's in that genre.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Jim.
No, don't be sorry at all. It's a good question. Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Andrea?
Andrea Folsom, yes.
Norm?
Norm Gupel, yes.
Seth?
Seth A. Frame, yes.
Rob?
Rob Nato, yes.
And Jim O'Brien is a yes. That completes our action items. Steve, is there a need for a non-public session this evening?
I don't think so. We're going to meet plenty of times next week, so I think we'll be
I appreciate that. Any other items anybody wants to bring up before we close?
Just a big thanks to Mandy for hanging in here for your first meetings. One heck of a doozy. Welcome.
Welcome.
All good stuff though.
Thank you, everybody, for tonight.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. I know this team has put in a lot of hard work, and we all understand and know there's a lot of anxiety that back to school and everybody's health and safety, are obviously very emotional issues. And so I know sometimes this type of format and comments are really hard. But I just want to thank you guys for all the work that you're putting into this. This is not an easy task. These are very unprecedented times. And so I just want to thank you all for your leadership, your care, and just the work that you show every day. And we'll get through this. We're going to persevere. We're going to forge ahead. We're going to have a school year. Kids are going to learn. We're all going to learn a lot. And so I know sometimes at 10:06 at night, it's hard sometimes to kind of put all this into context and to hear the comments, but know that the community supports the work that we're doing. And these are anxious, emotional times. So we just have to appreciate that as we do what we think is best for the district and what's best for students. So I just wanted to end by thanking you all and just acknowledging that I know this isn't easy. So so thank you, and thanks for sticking with us. And with that, if there's no objections, we can adjourn the meeting. No one's going to object. So good night, all. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Dinner time.